Well, we've had our obligatory audio problems. I think we got it worked out. I don't know. Hopefully we have. Anyway, let's kick it off.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Wise words from Mr. Tony.
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, the meltdowns you'll see.
Is that what you're saying?
Remember when they read this one to us at graduation, high school?
Huh?
Didn't they read this one to you guys at high school, graduation? Oh, the meltdowns you'll see. I thought everybody had that.
I don't know.
Read to them.
I really think that's the case.
Maybe that's why.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
And then you go to jail for 11 years, right, Liz? Good one, Liz. Great. So yeah, good evening. What's new? Welcome to everybody. The stream was scheduled for what, 8? Yeah. And then we realized we weren't going to make it by 8. So we pushed it back. So then we start getting, things ready. And then, of course, audio. The audio department is slacking big time. I'm gonna have to have a talk with them. And hello, Lynn, how you doing? So we're gonna have to have a talk with audio. I don't know what the deal is, but we got it. Ripped out some USB cables and plugged some other ones in, and then it worked. So if only everything were that easy. Better than the headlines. What are the headlines? I haven't even been looking at the headlines. We're still here. The world didn't blow up. You remember last stream? It was, that somber ending. I was speechless. And here's CSI saying, "This is it. This is it. The end of the world." Model 3 dude, how you doing? And so I didn't think we'd be able to have a stream here tonight because I thought that that would have been it. I was told it was it. That was going to be it, folks. But alas, here we are. I should get that's a good point. I should get that stuff from GameStop. I don't know what I'm thinking, especially with the new GameStop Pro deal. It's a hell of a deal. Hell of a deal. I was looking at it. I can't even joke. It's not a hell of a deal, and I wasn't looking at it, but I did see it when I went to GameStop and poached this image here. But now is it true you can only use this thing at GameStop? That's what I heard. That's what I thought I read. I don't know. Oh, Lynn, really? That's some bullshit. That is some bullshit. Like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just bantering a little bit here. But so, well, hang on a second here. Well, hold on, hold up. So, yeah. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see. It was the damnedest thing. I was in a where was I? I think it was online. Yeah, it was online. Ebook store. Yeah, well, let's call it that. And I saw this book. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see. I didn't see it. But we should, and maybe we will someday. Don't you dare steal this title. Even if you steal the title, though. Well, I suppose that you could also steal the actual work. there's work, which we will see momentarily here. But I thought it was appropriate, and how convenient, of who was this? Gemini GPT, Chat GPT, to write a parody of the places you'll go. This is the one that is read at high school graduations, and I never really understood why. I mean, I guess, but it doesn't really. I mean, there's not really any great advice in it, in my opinion. But whatever, I didn't come up with it. I didn't write it. I didn't decide to say it at commencements. I don't have anything to do with it except making fun of it. Well, not really. Parodying it for the grifters and the melties, as they call them, I guess. But whatever. Better than hedgies. Better than hedgies. I'd rather be a melty than a hedgie. Although I'd rather be a hedgie than a melty. I'd rather be a hedgie, but I'd rather be called. I don't know. Never mind. I'm not going to be any of them. So there's no implication here that there's any graduation. They're reading Dr. Seuss at high school commencement. Explains a lot. They've been doing this for years, Lynn. Don't you even start. They did this 20 years ago plus when I graduated from high school. So yeah, they've been doing it for a long time. I mean, they've been doing it for a while. At least 2 generations, right? So now I always thought it'd be better to read something like Where the Wild Things Are, or or something else by Shel Silverstein, but whatever. That's correct, Lynn, since 1978. Or 79 or 80, somewhere around there. Anyway, whenever I was born. Anyway, maybe they need to read more. Maybe this one probably would be banned, but the meltdowns you'll see. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see. By Dr. Chat Zeus GPT or something. Or something. Anyway, the meltdowns you'll see. Congratulations. Today is the day. You've lost all your money. Now what will you say? You invested in meme stocks. Oh, what a spree. But now here you are in a deep, dark sea. You started with AMC, GME, and more, hoping for tendies galore. But alas, what's in store? The charts went haywire. The prices went high. You thought to the moon, but then said goodbye. Bye, Felicia. Bye, bitch. You held on so tight, your diamond hands gleamed. But the market's a beast, and your dreams, and they all seemed to vanish like smoke, like a puff in the air. Now you're left with regrets and a whole lot of despair. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see is the phrase of the day as you watch your investments just wither away. Bed Bath & Beyond, it sounded so grand, but now all you've got is a handful of sand. You joined Reddit threads and followed the herd, but now you're a cautionary tale, so absurd. The hype and FOMO, they led you astray. Now you're stuck in a mess with no words left to say. You blame the hedge funds. You blame the elite. But the truth is, dear investor, you took the heat. The market's a playground with bulls and with bears. And sometimes you're left with nothing but tears in your rectum. So pick yourself up and learn from this ride. Investing's no joke. Don't get caught in the tide. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see when the meme stocks fall. But the lessons you'll learn, by God, they'll be worth it all. So chin up Chin up, dear trader. Wipe off that frown. There's more to this world than the ups and downs. Take heed from this tale. Let wisdom accrue. For the market's a wild ride, and it's waiting just for you. Oh, the meltdowns you'll see by Chat GPT. Just a little, comic relief or something. And hey, even Chat GPT doesn't know what to say anymore. But lucky for us, we have, who's this guy again? Instinctual trades with Mina $E. Moass? Moass. I don't know. This guy loves the AMC. He's buying at a deep discount. Oh, well, let's see. Here we go.
Not financial advice.
Welcome, everybody.
Advisors don't base anything I say out these videos. It's doing it for pure entertainment purposes only. AMC stock is so cheap. Had to skip my lunch and eat the kids' pizza rolls. Yeah, man, don't be deceived, man. Like I said, this is always just my opinion.
What will the kid eat?
But don't be deceived, man.
Kids got to eat the dog food now.
Aron came out yesterday and just announced that there's no way this company is going to go bankrupt. They got
I saw that.
In business for.
I saw that. Yeah, what a foolish thing to say. You know who else said that? I don't know. I don't know if the best shit. Well, I'll do like the apes, okay? And I'll say, well, we will never know if the CFO of Bed Bath & Beyond said that. We'll never know, okay? So maybe, yes, he did. He did. And look at him now. The company, not him. Anyway, bad example. Never mind. But why would you say this, though? Like, it's inconceivable that AMC would go bankrupt. Okay, Adam, if that's inconceivable, what is it? What would you call it if the news came out that you were sexting with an underage, with what you thought was an underage girl? Is that inconceivable? Or was I think maybe the word was unspeakable. Either way, it was shocking to me. And this is a family channel. This is a family stream. Aron bringing the smut. So that was inconceivable. This is pretty much undeniable or unavoidable, maybe even. I don't know. When they start coming out saying, oh, it could never happen, don't even think about that. Get those disaster fantasies out of your head. There is no way that this company is going bankrupt. Bear Stearns is strong. It's going to be stronger Monday. Meanwhile, 72 hours later. All right. But, yeah, I don't know. I might like to get Lynn's opinion on that later, possibly, if she's up for it in chat. But inconceivable, I think, was the term he said, right? Inconceivable. Yeah, well, I guarantee you that, investors in Bed Bath & Beyond probably thought it was inconceivable that not only would they get pump and dumped on by Ryan Chewy Cohen, but that they would also deal with the bankruptcy. Now, some people obviously did realize that and avoided it like the plague. But anyway, never say never. Never say never. He's old enough to know that.
Sorry, one of the kids is creeping up on me from behind. Found out
they want those pizza rolls. Yeah,
to mug me for them. But yeah, Aron had announced that they're not going to go bankrupt. They're good to go for the year. So obviously the price had to drop. Good news. Boom. That's why I always think it's funny when people are like, hey, you gave bad news and the stock dropped. I don't know if you've been in AMC long enough, but the stock always drops. I don't believe the price. I don't believe it's real. This is my opinion. I believe it's a great time for me to keep loading up the boat, and I'm going to continue to do so.
Ah, yes. We got an average downer here.
My daughter's making herself some fake nails here. I guess we can't. Things are tight, man. All right, we're budgeting. No nails. No lunch, just pizza rolls. That's what we're gonna have to do, man. We're gonna survive. But yeah, I'm loading the boat. I'm not stressed. kind of excited, man, because I got a lot of shares for only about 60, 70 bucks today. So have a good day. Be blessed. Let's get rich soon. Peace.
Okay, good news. AMC is not going to go bankrupt this year. Yeah. Listen to Bear Stearns die while sitting in a traffic jam. That's how fast it went. A traffic... Wait. What? I mean, I know what you're saying, but traffic jams here are like 5 minutes. Traffic jams there are like 5 days, right? I don't know. Anyway, so I guess it's a good buy-in price for him. You know who we haven't seen in a while? Exited because AMC raised $250 million on his back. God forbid that company raise money, you know. But you know who we haven't seen in a while? He's back. He's back. Jason, the stock and crypto creep. 48 hours. Okay. All right. That works. And that's pretty much all the longer it took for Jim Cramer to be proven wrong on that one. Excited. Gotcha. Excited. I didn't think it was exit because these people don't exit. They never exit. They don't know where the exits are. They're clearly marked and they don't know where they are. However, breaking news here from Jason. Let's go.
Hey guys, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. Today I'm talking about AMC stock. I've been telling you that AMC is on the brink of bankruptcy, and it's just not really
now.
Opinion.
Wait, hold on now. Wait. Didn't we just hear that it wasn't? And now he's saying, well, I've been telling you that AMC's on the verge of bankruptcy. Which one is it, guys? Come on. Get your grifts lined up at least. Good God.
Hey guys, welcome to Stocks and Crypto Plays. Today I'm talking about AMC stock. I've been telling you that AMC is on the brink of bankruptcy, and it's just not really my opinion. It's what I read in the SEC documents.
Oh.
They filed a 10K, I don't know, 2 months ago, and they said that if they don't change the trajectory that they're on, that they will be going towards bankruptcy. They said they're already going towards bankruptcy in the 10K.
Here's the thing about this guy. He's what they call a no voter. He's a no voter. And, you know, we know that means that they voted no against the reverse split merger ape thing because they thought that it was actually a vote, legitimate vote. I mean, how funny is that? But because the whole thing was set up that way from the beginning. Obviously, they're going to merge the shares. They're worthless if they're not merged, ultimately. I don't care what anybody says. They were always intended to be merged. And that was clear from the beginning because it said that in the document. And it said that Antara. And it said everything. So he voted against that, and then he was mad when it passed. And he said that it was going to be bad for AMC, and you know, I guess it was, but it would have been bad either way, probably. But so they did the merger, reverse split, you know, the price went down more. And so now he has a chip on his shoulder. And so ever since that whole no vote thing, you know, he's been anti Adam Aron. Now, Manuel or somebody's going to have to jump in and correct me with some additional information if I'm forgetting anything as far as the no voter thing. But that's basically it, right? Contrary to popular belief, I'm not an expert on this stuff. You know, I did not study meme stocks in college. Well, that's funny because, yeah. Anyway, he's a no voter. He's staunchly anti Adam Aron, and so what that has done is kind of turned into an anti AMC kind of crusader in a way. So this is his way at passive aggressively, and this is pathetic. I mean, you know, really, if you think about it, it's pathetic. But this is his pathetic passive aggressive way of putting down AMC, getting back at Adam Aron, yada, 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 cat fight, bullshit, drama queen, nonsense. If I bash your bashers, if you're bashing AMC, then you're not going to be no friend of me, is what Stacks McGee should have said. But anyway, that's the best I can do to explain why it's not. And I remember him saying this too. So, but even beyond that, it's not that much of a stretch for me to, think, oh yeah, this guy, he's a no voter. He's anti everything except new glasses. He's pro new glasses. He's very much on the pro glasses train. Anyway.
Right. But now we have this new article that just popped up today, 2 hours ago.
He did?
AMC.
He said that 5 months? Oh,
says
boy.
Bankruptcy.
Well, that was wrong.
Inconceivable. As shares hit 52-week lows, 2025, 2026 are going to be gangbusters. Well,
gangbusters.
But what's going on with the stock? I mean, the stock is, they say a 52-week low, but really it's at an all-time low. It's never been lower. And you're going to say, well, I remember it was below
it has.
$1. Yeah, that was prior to the reverse split when they took.
Nobody knows that. Nobody takes that into account when they talk about a stock price. No. The price is what it is. It was what it was then. And according to everything now. And here's the thing, too. Okay, we'll play your little game, Jason. We'll play your little fucking game, okay? Let's play your little game. Well, I remember it was lower. Really? When? Now, ignore the numbers. Ignore the numbers. The numbers don't matter. Was it ever lower? And it's so convenient that TradingView puts this red line here, the price line, right? So yes, he's right. He's right that this was before the reverse split and ape and all that shit. He's absolutely correct about that. All this here, right? Yes, he is. But what he's forgetting is that when the price is adjusted, everything's adjusted. The whole price, the whole history of it. So even though he saw it for $1 back in here, guess what? I forget when it was $1 too, by the way, but like it couldn't have been. It had to have been one of these spots here. I forget what the actual point was. I mean, these are the lows, so it had to be. But that means that the price now, whatever it is lower than whatever the price was then. That's what we're looking at right here. And I don't normally do this kind of thing. Stretch the y-axis. That's a big no-no where I come from. You don't rescale graphs on one axis only. That's just terrible. But for this purpose, I'm just trying to bring it up here in the middle and enlarge it for effect. So where this line is here, this is the price now. This is the price now. Here's the where is it? There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. Look, now it's larger dots. Okay, this is the price now. This is the price then. Now it says 1074. It absolutely does, but that was before yada, 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 yada. So everything has been adjusted. So when he says this, he's wrong.
26 are going to be gangbusters. Time low.
Here.
They say a 52-week low, but really it's at an all-time low. It's never been lower. And you're going to say, well, I remember it was below $1. Yeah, that was.
So actually, he's right.
When they took 90% of everyone's shares.
But that part is wrong because no, the price is legitimately lower now. It is legitimately lower. So it doesn't matter that it was before the reverse split and all that. The price is always going to be adjusted proportionally. So if they do a 10-to-1 split, they're going to everything's going to be affected. The whole price history, all the shares. It's annoying because you can't go back and see what it was, except unless you're on, I think, TD Ameritrade, Thinkorswim, Schwab, whatever. Thinkorswab. That's it now. That's it. Thinkorswab. They, I think, show it pre and then adjust when it adjusts, which is way better. But anyway, or you should at least be able to switch it. Come on, TradingView. Give it the times.
The stock right now is actually at an all-time low. So what are they going to do?
I have to say, he's right.
I would love to know, but let's see what the article says. AMC CEO Adam Aron brushed off concerns of bankruptcy in a recent interview. While 2024 could be a struggle, the CEO sees 25 and 26 as robust and helping the company survive the pandemic recovery. So what do you guys think about that? CEO Adam Aron says, okay, the movie industry experts expect a weak box office in 2024 compared to the prior year, which could have AMC shareholders concerned. Aron was asked about box office concerns in 24 cinema gathering in Las Vegas. He told The Hollywood Reporter that restructuring is not going to happen for AMC. So restructuring usually is like a chapter 13 or chapter 7 or whatever. He seems very confident. So maybe it's something that they have worked out with the short sellers.
Oh, geez. Okay, I'm going to go back because I was a little distracted.
So what do you guys think about that? CEO Adam Aron says, okay, the movie industry experts expect a weak box office in 2024 compared to the prior year, which could have AMC shareholders concerned. Aron was asked about box office concerns in 24 cinema gathering in Las Vegas. He told The Hollywood Reporter that restructuring is not going to happen for AMC.
Restructuring is not going to happen. Okay. Personally, I think it's inconceivable. Well, maybe he'll read the quote.
13 or chapter 7 or whatever. He seems very confident.
Well, so maybe chapter... God damn it. God damn it, you fucking... All right. This is not a bankruptcy workshop. This is not a bankruptcy workshop.
About box office concerns in 24 cinema gathering in Las Vegas. He told The Hollywood Reporter that restructuring is not going to happen for AMC. So restructuring usually is like a chapter 13 or chapter 7 or whatever. He seems very confident. So maybe it's something that they have worked out with the short sellers. Maybe the short sellers are like, yeah, we're going to crush your stock. We're going to steal from all your retail shareholders, but we won't bankrupt your company. Maybe they have a backdoor deal.
Yeah, well, no. See, I mean, the thing is, no. I mean, chapter 13 bankruptcy is personal. That's for individuals. That is for individuals. Like I said, this is not a bankruptcy workshop. Now, I don't know if a Noisy Korax is a bankruptcy expert or not. Something tells me I don't think he is, but yeah, Becker Financial, right? They might be able to help him learn this stuff. Help Crypto Creep learn this stuff. So, and I'm just talking some filler talk right here. This is to for God, Jesus Christ. Hang on 1 second. 1 moment. 1 moment, please. Testing. Okay. Now, let's see here. This has to go out to... I'm talking myself through this because I'm going to screw it up. Okay. Well, it helps if you unmute the microphone.
Yeah, that's what I was...
Now, don't get too excited yet. All right, maybe I could get excited now. Mr. Korax.
Yes.
Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am.
Wow, welcome.
In the trenches, as it were.
In the trenches. The trenches of...
Yeah.
What is that? The trenches of...
I'm taking a full on assault from the Marantz Discord. Unfortunately, it's like watching kindergartners throw snowballs at you.
Oh.
Just kind of push them over with a stiff arm.
Right. Well, we'll get to Mr. Marantz. We'll get to him. His moment is coming, but for the meantime,
I found it funny. I came in right as he was talking the bankruptcy, and I just heard the like Chapter 7, Chapter 13. I just was like,
yeah, right. And let's see here, Bad Back. If you want to come into the voice chat, Lynn,
yeah,
Manuel, you all, and anybody else who's lurking, who's not even a member of this esteemed Telegram group. The link is in the description. You can join. It's free, and you can talk with me and a noisy Korax and whoever else decides to come in. So you should absolutely do it. You know, there's no reason not to. So anyway, just want to get this here so that there we go. Okay. And I'll put your name down at the bottom next to his too to show that you're in here. So okay, anyway. So he's talking about bankruptcy, and he said Chapter 7 or 13 or something, and well, Chapter 13 is for individuals.
11, and it's usually 11.
Right, for corporations.
Companies like to be in control of the bankruptcy. 7 means that the U.S. trustees is in complete control of it. They immediately shut down all operations and just try and sell off what they can and get what they can. So if there was going to be some sort of AMC bankruptcy, more than likely it'd be 11.
Right.
In that theoretical sense.
And let's see here. My cheat sheet says that. So 7 is available to partnerships, corporations, and other business entities, as well as individuals. And this is the straight up liquidation.
Correct.
Right. This is straight bankruptcy. That is a straight bankruptcy. I cannot pay. I am insolvent. I need to deal. I need to wind this all down.
Surrendering yourself to the state, to the U.S. trustee. I am 100% liquidating. Just, you're just basically throwing yourself on the court. Do what you can to remedy this.
Yeah, nobody's getting anything probably. And, good luck. But like I said, this is not a bankruptcy workshop, so don't take our word for this. But in any case, the point here is when I'm going to rewind it, and here's what he says. And the point here is that it's a little bit more complicated than he's making it, to say the least.
Oh, it always is.
It always is.
Chapter 13 is for cinema gathering in Las Vegas. He told the Hollywood Reporter that restructuring is not going to happen for AMC. So restructuring usually is like a Chapter 13 or Chapter 7 or whatever. He seems very...
Okay, yeah. No Chapter 7. Chapter 13 is for individuals, for individual debtors. So, yeah, no, it would be Chapter 7 or 11. Those are the options. And 7 is bankruptcy, straight up bankruptcy. Company cannot continue operating. Individual cannot continue living. Just kidding. Just kidding. They kill you. They kill you. And Chapter 11 is a reorganization. A reorganization type of bankruptcy.
In corporate sense, it can be a liquidation still.
Yes, right.
The corporation is in control of the liquidation.
Right, and they could
make that mistake. I did before.
And they could wind it down anyway. It could be Chapter 11. It could be a reorganization, and then poof, and that's it. Right? The acquiring company or whatever winds it down, and because
case in point.
Yeah.
Bed Bath & Beyond was Chapter 11.
They did an 11. Okay. Yeah, right. Because all of the Bed Bath & Beyond apes, the towel apes, were all hinging on that language. Well, it's not Chapter 7, so there's still hope. Do you remember that? That's crazy.
I will tell you right now, of all the bankruptcies I've done, and all but one of them or two of them were liquidations, they were all Chapter 11.
Yeah, right. So... Yeah. Chapter 7, chapter 11, you know, it's not either way. It's not good. And yeah. Yeah, they can keep operating under 11. Okay, I think we covered it. Again, it's not a workshop, but
moral of the story.
Yes.
Chapter 11, your funds are not Seifu.
Right. And he said, you know, reorganization is like chapter 7 or 13. It's neither of those. And so that's the point, really. So consult your bankruptcy attorney or accountant for that. Fry's Electronics.
I have a legal team that I consult.
Right. The Becker Financial Legal Team.
It consists of one person, but it's still a legal team.
Becker Financial Legal. I got to get in touch with Alkin audio department. Jeez. Anyway, audio is going to have their ass handed to them after this. Okay, here we go. Continue.
So restructuring usually is like a chapter 13 or chapter 7.
No.
Whatever. He seems very confident. So maybe it's something.
Oh, you can't hear that? Oh, shit. Hang on.
Yeah.
You will. Yes, well, now
Not that I want to hear it.
No, now you should.
That they have worked out with the short sellers. Maybe the short sellers are like, yeah, we're going to crush your stock. We're going to.
There it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really? Yeah. There we go.
Okay. But I hope that it's not doubling it in the stream. Shit. Somebody let me know if it is. All right.
Steal from all your retail shareholders, but we won't bankrupt your company. Maybe they have a backdoor deal. What do you guys think? Comment below.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
He said, personally, I think it is inconceivable.
Yeah, I agree.
That AMC would have to restructure like Regal Cinemas.
I mean, okay, he said personally. Okay, well, nobody gives a fuck personally what you think. What about professionally? Give us your professional opinion, Adam. You know, like, for real. This is, for me, that personally is like, it would seem that retail investors own 90%. I think
he knows what language to use.
Exactly. Right. And like Lynn says all the time, it's not what he said, it's what he didn't say. Right?
And how he said
it. And it's right, exactly. It's not what he says, it's how he says it and what he didn't say. Yes. So I think that's, you know, maybe I'm reading too much into it from one word.
Tweet. I know you don't like him, but I'll give Tony props for pointing out that there was dilution coming. Now, reading that tweet, it should have been dead fucking obvious to everyone that dilution was coming. I don't know how someone couldn't read that in the fucking.
Well, if Tony got it, then yeah, everybody should.
Personally, I think it is inconceivable that AMC would have to restructure like Regal Cinemas.
Personally.
And file for Chapter 11. One of the things I'm very proud of is that going into the pandemic, AMC was in a very strong position. The entire movie theater sector was hit hard by COVID-19.
No, it wasn't.
Aaron says.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's revisionist.
Going into the pandemic, they were a highly leveraged company that was,
right,
for the most part of 2019, not profitable.
Going into the pandemic, AMC was in a very strong position. I mean, no, because the narrative used to be that it was retail investors that saved the company from the evil short sellers, which makes no sense anyway. Like, nobody thought that it would be the end of theaters forever. Nobody thought.
Wait, this is Adam that said it, not him. First I'm like, I'm sick of them rewriting history, and then I look.
No, this is Adam Aron rewriting history.
Adam said that.
Yep.
What? No.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about there.
Very strong position. The entire movie theater sector was hit hard by COVID-19, Aaron says. Indeed, it has taken time to recover. Hollywood strikes created a double whammy. We already at the 4-year mark since COVID shut theaters in March of 2020. The box office is still not yet back to where it was. Aaron said
But even if it gets back to where it was, it doesn't matter. Where it was not good enough. Where it was not good enough and is not good enough. It's not.
The other thing that I would point out here is that.
Yes.
I know this is not going to be a popular point of discussion, and I know people are probably listening in, and I really don't care.
No, go for it.
While I have said that yes, bankruptcy means liquidation of the shareholders, and that's not good for shareholders. For the company, it would have been better if they just went to bankruptcy.
We've said that. We've discussed that here before. It's been discussed. It's been said. And I agree. And it's the thing. It's the same thing about a bunch of zombie corporations, things that are insolvent. They cannot support them, not viable.
Likely, it's not like AMC is going to go away. They're just going to turn the company over to the creditors, and you'll have a new equity class, and there'll be a new company that you can buy shares in. It's just
right.
The way it's structured right now, it is structured to, it's kind of set up to fail. Like, it could succeed. It could still find ways. It could still keep going if it can just, dilute like a OTC penny stock. But
once you start looking at that debt iceberg, does not look very good.
No.
I mean, that's the simple reality. I mean, it's like it's a fucking Jenga tower.
It's not good.
Yeah.
And it's not like I don't want the company to succeed. It's just it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good.
No. All right.
Creative at trying to cope with COVID. Why won't this guy stop talking about COVID? It was 4 years ago.
Well, he just said that the box office isn't back to where it was. I mean, well, don't talk about COVID. Don't talk about COVID. Yeah, because whatever he thinks of it. But sorry, we got to talk about what happened, whether you liked it or not. I mean, nobody liked it.
It was a huge paradigm shift because we were shifting to a more digital media, but
yeah, it accelerated
COVID
that.
Happened.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Because why would I ever go back now that I found out it's so great to be able to watch from the comfort of my own home with a 4K digital TV that I paid prices for that 10 years ago I'd pay for a regular just HD, big screen TV.
And
I can get 4K.
Fortunately,
watch it from the comfort of my home with surround sound. And
fortunately, AMC reneged on this. But remember sightlines at AMC when you had to pay to be in the middle of the fucking theater? Well, yeah. I mean, that's not a valid one anymore. And there's pros and cons to each. And I know some people they will go to the theater for certain movies, but not others. They don't need to go to see a live action drama type movie, but to see a Marvel film, they would, difference of scale.
It's about the experience of watching it with your friends.
Right, and it's huge, and it's scale, and it's these big monsters, and they're flying around and everything. Whatever, that's cooler on a big screen. Nobody here is against theaters. I mean, that's at the end of the day, I don't care either way. I don't think you do either. But in terms of what's reality here, I mean, we have to look at what's reality. And what's reality is, yes, you can get a theater quality experience damn near at home nowadays. And a lot of people have projectors.
Theaters
even
are basically budget theme parks now. You need to have a lot of stuff that people do besides going to theater, like, dining in there at the theater, which AMC does. It needs to be an experience kind of thing, because more than likely, where it used to be that people would, when I was growing up, people would go to the theaters like once a week, if not more. It depends on, what movies they wanted to see and how much money and what time. People probably only go to the theaters once a month. Let's be honest here.
I don't know. I honestly have no clue. I have no clue how often, but I mean, I'll tell you, I went to the theme park growing up more than I went to theaters. And because we had season passes. So you pay once, you go all summer, whenever you want. And, that's what we did.
The other way around for me. Theme parks were rare. Theaters were often. And now it's the other way around. I've gone to theme parks more often than I've gone to theaters.
Right. Okay. Continuing here.
The AMC CEO highlighted the concert films of Taylor Swift, Beyonce that were done in partnership with the movie theater company.
Great. Yeah, who cares?
The company will consider distributing more films if it makes sense.
So clearly it wasn't the blowout profit generator like all the apes said it was. clearly it wasn't. And I would say, I don't know if we have the numbers from those films. I don't know if we have the specific numbers from those films or not. But I would be willing to bet that they honestly, they probably made more on selling on the hype of it rather than the actual distribution fees. I would imagine. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but well, we'd have to look into that. Manuel might know. It's a Manuel thing.
The 24 Summer Olympics will be shown in AMC theaters along with some
Yay.
concerts. Aaron also highlighted a retail popcorn business which sees over 6,000 stores, including Kroger, Publix, and Walmart carry the product. Aaron didn't share numbers on the popcorn business, but said it's very successful.
Oh, yeah.
Why doesn't he share the numbers? They must not be very good.
Okay, I will have to agree with him on that one.
Yeah.
That's something that's always bugged me. Why the fuck has he not shown the numbers yet?
Good question.
Great, I bet.
Good question, yeah.
Because I don't normally like this dude, but I'm with him on this one. Why haven't we gotten a breakout for the popcorn numbers?
That's what we,
moving on to candy. So that's the weird thing is like it must be good enough that they're doing the candy now too, but
it's not good enough to carry.
Good enough to brag about it.
Right. And we will, so if there's any I don't know, haters or meltdown or no, not meltdowners, rants people or whatever, meme stock supporters. If one of these guys, one of these presenters, grifters, will make a point that is, good or valid, we will call it out as such. I'm not here to, say, oh, everything this guy says, and even if he says something that's true, try to paint it in a negative light. No, that's not the point here. The point is to evaluate things objectively. And yeah, I agree. Why haven't you shown the numbers if they're that good? If they're really that good, hey, the proof of the popcorn is in the eating. So, as they say, the old phrase. Mm-hmm. Let's see. AMC popcorn equals GME NFT marketplace. Ooh. Hope not. Ooh, well, failures. Well, okay, yeah. AMC didn't release their distribution revenue due to competitive reasons. Oh, okay. All right, well, I guess that you got to protect the trade secrets of distribution. Lame. All right.
At the movie...
They didn't release the numbers because it was only... No, I don't want to say it. I'm not going to say that.
Theaters.
I don't want to get, well, it's 98% a male audience and like 2 or less 1% female. But anyway, I'm not going to say it. I don't want to alienate 1% of the audience, excluding Lynn. It probably would not alienate her. But
highlight new releases are limited time in release have generated $54 million in revenue over the last 5 years.
Oh, good. So customized popcorn holders have generated $54 million in revenue over the last 5 years. Revenue, great. $54 million. Drop in the bucket. How much profit? How much did they keep? We don't know. $54 million in revenue, though. It's a big number. Apes are going to love it. Right? Don't be fooled by the revenue. They love the revenue numbers. Okay.
It sounds like fluff to me because what I want to know is how much did you make in your most recent quarter? And as we know,
he almost got it.
In the millions in their most recent quarter.
He almost got it.
The CEO said AMC has enough cash on hand to get through 2024.
Cool.
A strong box office is predicted by Aaron for 25 and 26.
Yeah, you know what? That's what they said about 2024, which is why you never say anything like, I could never see us going bankrupt, which it turns out that's not even what he said. But, if you had asked him in 2023, he did say, oh, 2024 is going to be strong before the writer's strike and everything. Then an unexpected event happened, which isn't it always the goddamn unexpected events? So what are you going to do then? Oh, well, just do an Elon Musk, push it out another year.
Yeah, make a promise, push it out another year.
Why doesn't Adam Aron do that? Why doesn't he announce, we're going to have 4D theaters. We're going to do the announcement August 10th. You know, a little temporary pump and dump. A little temporary pump. 4D theater. We can play 4D chess in the theater. All right.
That I see tells me 25 and 6 are going to be gangbusters, and that means our EBITDA is going to go way up.
Oh, EBITDA. Oh, we love when the EBITDA goes up, don't we, Adam? We love when the EBITDA goes up.
EBITDA is not earnings. I like using EBITDA as a metric for seeing a company that could turn around.
Yeah.
I'm with Warren Buffett. EBITDA is a bullshit number.
Yes, it is.
Because you still have taxes.
It is. Right.
Depreciation and amortization.
Those things matter. I mean,
it's even more of a bullshit number when you do what AMC loves to do, and it's adjusted EBITDA.
Oh, yeah. They can't even use EBITDA. They have to use adjusted EBITDA. But the thing is, you know, and then they'll release those adjusted numbers or the real numbers, and we have to go fish in the fucking 10K to see which ones they gave us, because last time they gave us the fucking adjusted one, and GameStop did the same thing. So anyway, bullshit. I see that comment there. Wonder what his OnlyFans name is. God.
I'll pass on that.
Yeah. But yeah. So the reason that he says EBITDA, well, okay, another thing about EBITDA is it's especially bullshit when it's like regular earnings are negative, but the EBITDA is positive, and so they use EBITDA. And when it flips it from negative to positive, you are a fucking cunt for using that. Pardon my français. But that's, you know, that's misleading. That's misleading. Anyway, I don't like it either. I'm with you.
This could solve the problem of concerns from investors and analysts and makes him quite optimistic and enthusiastic. Okay, so
wait, why did he stop reading there?
Optimistic.
It says, will you miss out? Will you get stuck? Oh, that's Benzinga. Never mind.
And enthusiastic. Okay, so what do you take away from it? What do I take away from it?
I don't know.
Maybe you don't buy until 2025.
That's what I've been saying.
Notification.
Holy fuck! Oh my god! Every time I've been on Tony's channel, that's what I've been saying.
What have you been saying?
It's still 2025.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that does not mean buy 2025 AMC call options. That's not what he's saying. I don't know if that's what he's saying, but nobody here is saying that.
He's saying don't buy the shares.
Yeah, no, I know. But they love to buy they love to buy those leap options, and you know, they makes them feel like they're sophisticated investors.
Share the video with a friend.
Yeah,
Be real
because
cautious
don't
with
get
it.
me wrong. Because don't get me wrong, I like my leaps, but I take my leaps on companies that actually make money.
Right. Well, yeah. Yes. You have to anticipate earnings appreciate. You know, you're. It's right in the name. Long-term equity or whatever appreciation. It's supposed to go up.
Long-term anticipation.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, the thing is, yeah, you're expected to go up.
AMC stock. I'd like to hear your opinions on it. Comment below. Talk to you soon. Have a great day.
Okay, well, that's that. Yeah, right. So he has gone from Moass pumper to Moass denier, something like that. He's a doomer. He's a no vote doomer. He's a doomer, no voter.
I've been saying this since last year, 2022, when during the whole arbitrage thing, when Adam Aron was saying it could be till 2024 or 2025, I think it was Q3 earnings, that we will see the turnaround on this company and we'll be profitable again. And I said, well, cool, you better take that longest out figure, because if he's giving you a date range, and I'm looking at this company's balance sheet and their financials, I would say 2025, especially with the theater growth that's going on. And you got, and of course, this was before we knew about the whole strike, which really made 2025 the more likely option. So if it was going to happen.
Right. Yeah. I was going to say, it makes it the more likely option, in the event that it happens, but it's certainly not any type of guarantee. Mm-hmm. So then we have Now this one here baffles me, like not like they all don't, but this next one, and I don't think it's true.
Still on AMC.
Oh, we're still on AMC for a minute here, yeah.
Okay.
So we have Donahue George saying shorting on the downtick caused crash in 1929. 95 years later, are they doing this with AMC, GME? And you say no, and I say no, but let's hear him out. And we got to let him do his
Slight sidebar. If you do want to see the amended complaint in Donahue's lawsuit, I do have that on my.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we may want to. Okay, well, let him do his disclaimer once. That's my policy.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos.
Okay.
That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. See, I'm analyzing that data, but like I tell you every day, the data they release us is false. The minute it gives a false narrative to markets, we can make bad trading decisions. Listen. While I was doing some DD, the DD they say we don't do, and I was trying to understand exactly what they're doing in the dark pools to push down the price of AMC.
Oh, dear fucking God. I mean, okay.
Okay, so he's like, well, they're telling us that we don't do our DD, and immediately goes straight into the conspiracy.
He loves to say that. Oh, yeah, I was doing some DD. The DD they say we don't. Yeah, because you weren't fucking doing DD. Because you're starting with a fucking false conclusion. You're starting with, I was trying to figure out what they were doing in the dark pool to push the price down. Fuck you. You weren't doing fucking shit. You were fumbling around with your fucking dick.
It's not
probably
D and D. It's D. It's not DD. It's D and D. He is LARPing.
Yeah, right. God damn. Fuck me.
I can make that joke because I.
Well. And you know what? Badback's got a good goddamn point. He doesn't even believe his own disclaimer. Because if he did, why would he be going to look at the fucking data? Because he just told us that it was all fucking fake. So what's the point of looking at the dark pool? Because it's fucking fake. You just said so yourself. But now you're saying that... Yeah.
It's not that he believes it. It's him lampshading. He knows that he's going to get called out on his bullshit. So he's lampshading his own bullshit in advance. It's all fake anyway. So I'm just asking questions, bro.
Right.
Questions.
Yeah, I guess so. All right.
I've heard this all from the 9/11 conspiracy truthers. I've heard it all already. I've seen it all. So this shit is not new to me. It's just in a different cookie.
Pick your favorite conspiracy. It's there. Okay.
In the middle of that research, I found out that these guys are actually shorting on the downtick. Okay, that is what they're doing.
Oh my God! They're shorting on the down. No, you can't be serious. Oh my God! Isn't that illegal?
First of all, shorting on the downtick. Since he's going to introduce terms without explaining them, and he's got his big fucking head in the way of the Wikipedia article on it,
right?
Can we maybe do some background research?
Yeah, but yes, we can.
Or we can let him finish.
I'm going to let him finish, and yeah.
They're shorting AMC.
I'm working on it.
Downtick, even though it is illegal. It is illegal.
It's not illegal. What are you talking about? It's not illegal.
Citation needed. Oh, wait, your big head's in front of the citation.
Oh, my God. I mean, the only time... Well, okay. Anyway, continue. I'm just going to continue.
From what I've read, it seems that shorting stocks on the downtick is what caused the market crash in 1929.
Okay.
They started...
Look,
yeah.
Like, I'm slightly tipsy here, but I'm going to tell you right now. I love his footnote citation of things I've heard is... It's like, have you seen that book? I've got Milton Friedman's A Monetary History of the United States. I don't see any footnotes in any part of that book that says, I heard from somebody that this is what caused the crash.
Right.
I see charts. I see well-cited sources. I heard from a person who told me.
Right. Okay.
Doing it on. It seems that shorting stocks on the downtick is what caused the market crash in 1929. They started doing it on purpose in order to get investors to panic sell, and then when the investors started panic selling, it got out of control, and they couldn't control it. And
It got out of control, and they couldn't control it. Yeah, that's both of those things.
Whatever you want to, but we've established that the market crash was more than just a financial. Was more than just a stock market crash. It was a financial crisis.
Yes.
A global, then turned into a global financial crisis.
Right. And what is the specific, mechanism? What is the specific short-term mechanism, trigger, powder keg, if you will, that would, cause the, an avalanche? I mean, that's, in my mind, that's less important because it was something was going to cause it. Now, whether it was this, I don't know. I don't fucking care. Honestly, don't. Because you didn't have any regulations then. So you want to talk about the unregulated market of 1929. That's another whole other thing. That's not what we have now. That is not what we have now. There were no protections at all for anything or anybody then. We got them now. Unfortunately, it's kept these fucking clowns in the market for longer than it should have. But in my opinion. But this is a fruitless conversation for him to be having, in my opinion. But it makes for some good goddamn busting.
He's completely ignorant of the factors that caused the Great Depression.
So short sellers caused the Great Depression.
Toss Milton Friedman's Free to Choose episode that was completely about that recession at him and just chuck it at his fucking big ass forehead where he could land a Harrier on top of it.
I would like to also throw books written by his son. Was Jonathan, or I forget. His son, yeah, he's a little bit different, and his son, Milton Friedman's grandson, is even more wildly anarcho-capitalist. Very interesting.
Oh dear.
Anyway. Because generations of Friedman.
That progresses.
Yeah.
Generation creep. Because Milton was more of like a pragmatic libertarian, which is why I like him. It's like, I would prefer this society, but I understand that in the society we have right now, this is what's achievable.
Well.
And this is what's practical.
Yeah. It's too idealistic for me. But anyway.
No, I understand.
We'll have that discussion another time. Yeah. Anyway. Okay.
They are doing with AMC and GME stock right now. They go into the dark pools. They short it on the downtick, even though since 2010 that has been illegal. We all know that illegality means nothing in the United States stock market because nobody
says the guy who got disbarred in the state of New York.
Yeah, true. I mean, what? Yeah, like what the fuck? How does the fucking this guy get off sitting here talking about illegality and criminality every fucking day, and he is a disbarred lawyer who was kicked off of the bar of New York
for stealing
client money.
Clients' money. Yeah.
What in the fuck? Sir.
I guess it takes a criminal to know a criminal.
I guess. But, sir, you are completely out of fucking line. And I hope that you enjoy playing lawyer one last fucking time. Because this might be it for your fucking ass. God damn it. I hope that those defendants come back with countersuits and take everything this fucker has. I'm sure they won't. But that's my fantasy. You want to file a frivolous fucking lawsuit against everybody, and none of whom are actually valid parties to be suing, go for it. But when the shit gets tossed out and you have to pay for wasting everybody's fucking time, yeah, you won't have that same fucking smirk on your fucking face. What a fucking loser. Okay. Sorry. I'm just, this is retarded. This is so fucking dumb. Wow.
The rules of the market. They
listen to him misquote the fucking rules. You can't short on the downtick since 2010. Get the fuck out of here.
2010, that has been illegal, but we all know that illegality means nothing in the United States stock market because nobody enforces the rules of the market. They learned nothing from 1929, they learned nothing from the .com, and they learned nothing from 2008. These bad actors continue to rob retail investors and pension funds, and then our government agencies continue to bail them out and never make them pay any real consequence from violating the law. We implemented all these new Dodd-Frank laws because of everything that happened in 2008. And look, it is 2024, and the CAT system still has not been officially implemented. And the bad actors are fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, I mean, it's partially implemented. I mean, like, why you're... This is the thing about all this shit. Like, none of this shit is why this guy sucks at trading. None of these things that he mentioned have anything to do with why this guy has lost money and will never get it back from the market. Absolutely nothing.
Last time I checked, Ken Griffin did not grab him by the hand and force him to his Robinhood app to buy AMC.
No, but he is a Robinhood Gold member, and which is why he got that invitation. Yeah. So I'm sure he has the new Robinhood Gold card and all that too, I'm sure. Anyway, nothing wrong with that. If that works for you, go for it.
To not have to comply with the CAT system because it will expose all the transparency and let us know a majority of the nonsense that they're doing with AMC and GME stock.
I swear to God, there better be nonsense to come out at some point, which there won't be. But if there's never any nonsense that comes out, and especially if they do release like transparency documents and things, which they probably won't, but let's say they did and it showed nothing, which there's no indication of anything awry, he would still say it's fraud. But you know, that should be, I mean, the fact that there's not been anything that anybody has been able to proffer or display or provide that substantiates any of this shit after 3 fucking years. How do you still get to talk about this shit? You no, that ship has sailed. You had your window of time to show, put up or shut up, shit or get off the pot. And it's like, because he's got this brain dead following of 17,000 subscribers. And obviously I'm saying that because I'm jealous. Yeah, that's why. I don't want any of his subscribers to come over to my channel.
Me and you and Manuel and Badback, and I know all of us have been putting out stuff on these people, but no one wants to hear it.
The truth is being hidden. Well, that's what every fucking cult member says. That's what every conspiracy leader says. I mean, you know, come on. And these people are fucking ridiculous. And it's always a question in my mind. What's more ridiculous? The fact that he thinks that people still listen to this shit and believe it, or the fact that people still listen to it and believe it? Which one is more absurd? I don't know. And is there induced demand? I think there is. If these guys didn't put this shit out, this grift would die. Because there would be nobody upholding it. But they uphold it. So these people think, oh, well, I guess there's still a chance. There's no fucking chance. None. All right. At least it's better to play like there's no chance. And move on to something else. Anything else. Anything else. Even bonds. Just kidding. Even yields. Fuck. Play the yields. Anyway. All right.
The bottom line is this.
Oh, good. Bottom line.
You guys know that what they did probably caused the crash of 1929.
Oh, fuck off.
Now, 100 years later, or 95 years later, they're engaging in the same activity, I believe, with AMC and GME.
Shut the fuck up.
On the downtake, even though it's
like
been illegal.
Factual statement.
Right. Oh, we got. Yeah, of course, because that is the one thing that is the fact. That's the only fact that he's mentioned here is the fact that he believes. That's it. That's the only fact, and that's an irrelevant fact. So,
I believe that Ryan Cohen died for our sins.
Yeah. My God.
They're engaging in the same activity, I believe, with AMC and GME. They are shorting on the downtake, even though it's been illegal since 2010. And the reason they can do it is because nobody enforces the rules of the market to any consequence. Anyway, please leave some comments.
Well,
what you think. Do you?
They do, but not to the consequence that I desire.
Fucking idiot.
Yes, he is. That's not a belief. That's more along the lines of a fact. You know, don't sell yourself short. That's along the lines of a fact there. This guy's a fucking idiot. I think you're in fact territory, my friend. Is that what you said, or did you say belief?
I'm open to the possibility that I'm wrong, but I'm not seeing a lot of evidence that establishes that I'm wrong.
Well, okay.
I will.
Right. So let's address this here real quick. So he said,
reason they can do it.
He said this.
5 years later, they're engaging in the same activity, I believe, with AMC and GME. They are shorting on the downtake, even though it's been illegal since 2010. And the reason they can do it is because nobody enforces the rules of the market to any consequence.
Okay, so he said that they're doing it, the same thing. It's been illegal since 2010. And we said that was wrong. So what we have is, and I don't really want to use Investopedia. I don't really want to use it. So I'm going to actually get the actual regulation here. It's Rule 201 is what we're looking at. Let's see here. I think it's CFR 17 CFR 242.201, I believe. Ooh, that's bright. Ah, that's much better. Look at that. Wow. Instant relief. Yeah, they say, oh, the CFR can't be in dark mode. That's sacrilegious. Well, fuck you. Yes, it can. Everything can be in dark mode. Okay.
Look, if you have to look at the dockets and they're on white paper, then you have to look at our legal site.
Right. Okay. You know, it's probably actually going to be better to look at the Investopedia now that I look at it, because it's, I mean, I got to find it in here.
Cornell Law School when I'm trying to cite the actual law, but good luck.
Hold on, I'll find it here. I mean, all this is relevant, though. That's the thing. This is all relevant because this part's talking about a covered security by a broker or dealer affecting the execution of a customer purchase, of a customer long sale. Like, all of this is relevant to, like, what the apes misunderstand, but we don't have time to go through it now at all, really.
I'll get a legal team on it.
Yeah, get Becker legal on it. But I'll tell you what, we can fine. I'll do the fucking Investopedia, only because it's probably fine.
Simplified.
The uptick rule. The uptick rule. Okay, cool. The uptick rule is a rule established by the SEC that requires short sales to be conducted at a higher price than the previous trade. Right? Okay.
And this is to the benefit of short sellers, because
well,
you want it on the uptick because you want the higher cost base.
True,
so
you make more money.
down.
So
Yes.
it talks here about investors engage in short sales when they expect a security to fall, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The understanding the uptick rule. The uptick rule prevents sellers from accelerating the downward momentum of a security price already in steep decline. By entering short sale with the current price above the current bid, the short seller ensures an order is filled in an uptick. Okay, great. The original rule was introduced by the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 as Rule 10A1 and implemented in 1938. The SEC eliminated the original rule in 2007, but approved an alternate rule in 2010. The rule requires trading centers to establish and enforce procedures that prevent the execution or display of a prohibited short sale. A little bit different. Alternative uptick rule. The 2010 alternative uptick rule, 201, allows investors to exit long positions before short selling occurs. The rule is triggered when a stock price falls at least 10% in at least one day. At that point, short selling is permitted if the price is above the current best bid. That aims to preserve investor confidence and promote market stability during periods of stress and volatility. The rule's duration of price test restriction applies the rule for the remainder of the trading day and the following day. It generally applies to all equity securities listed on a national exchange, whether traded via the exchange or over the counter. So, basically, this is the circuit breaker. This is nothing new. Everybody knows about this, right? I mean, I thought they did. This is the alternative uptick rule. So it only comes into play when the stock goes down 10% in the day. And then it's the rest of the day and the next day. But generally speaking, no. You can sell it at any price you want until the price goes down by 10%. And that's way different than what he's saying. He's saying, you can't do it. It's illegal. They're already breaking the law. Like, if that was the case, why didn't anybody talk about this 3 fucking years ago when everybody was loved to start talking about the laws that they're breaking? Nobody mentioned this because it's fucking stupid. It's not real. You didn't even read the whole article. That's what it is. He didn't read the whole article. He read the beginning of it only. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
That and it falls under your retroactive DD thing.
Yes. Sure does. But in this case, it's retroactive DD that's also wrong. Because he's not right. He's not even mentioning it correctly. So you got to be fucking kidding me with this shit. You got to be. Now, I found this article. This is from 2008, September, from Reuters. Short sellers have been the villain for 400 years.
Yeah, that's...
Yes, we have. So it's actually a good little article. I'm not going to read it all, but it says here, short sellers or shorts have been blamed for almost every financial crisis in the 400 years since the Dutch episode. We're talking about Dutch East India. Shorts came under fire after the U.S. stock market crash of 1929, and Herbert Hoover condemned short selling in 1932. More recently, they were blamed for the U.S. market crash of October 87 and 97 in Malaysia.
Though 87 was a flash crash that happened because of how technology was just coming into its infancy. And
right.
There was, what was it, the insurance stuff?
Yeah, it was basically put options or something. Yeah, essentially. Yeah, they called it portfolio insurance, but it was contracts. But yeah, basically. So it had nothing to do with short selling.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with it. Let's see. Then here it says, short sellers borrow shares from a broker and sell them in the market in anticipation the price will fall. Then they buy back the shares at a lower price, returning to the broker, profiting on the price decline. The tactic can be used as a hedge against traditional investing or as an aggressive play against a stock perceived to be overpriced, known as speculative short selling. In either case, the perception is that short sellers benefit from the misfortune of others. This time around, short sellers say they did not create the housing bubble that led to the crisis hitting investment banks. They just discovered its consequences.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that sentence that's above it, that they're profiting off the misfortune of others. When you buy a share from someone else who sells it to you and it continues to go up, are you not profiting from the misfortune of someone who sold that share to you?
Well, they could have sold it for a profit, though. they could have sold it for a profit, and maybe they're missing out on profit.
That they could have had if they didn't sell.
True. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because when and Casey Shaw found this out because he asked the question on Reddit. Where does the money go when you lose money in the stock market? He asked that question in 2020. Yeah, and I'll pull up the post here in a minute. But if you think about it, okay, I buy a share from the market, and my money goes to, and a lot of people would say, well, it goes to the company that you bought it from. No, it does not. It goes to another investor.
Sold those into the market.
Right. You're buying it in the secondary market. You're buying it from somebody else who may have bought it from the company, or maybe they bought it from somebody else. And in either case, you're buying it from another investor. So they get your money. Now, maybe they bought it lower and they're selling it to you higher, and so they made a profit. So there's your money. Or they lost, or they bought it for more and they're selling it for less, and your money doesn't even cover the original cost of their cost basis, right? So once you sell it, or once you sell it, I mean, the losses don't go anywhere. I mean, it's just people are losing, people who have profits and losses, essentially. So it's part of the game, though. That's the thing. Like, it is part of the game, and nobody is under the assumption, nobody is operating under the assumption, maybe except for the apes, that, you can well, I don't want to say that.
Game the system more.
Yeah, right. And because you can, if you have enough resources, if you have enough money, yeah, if you go and buy out all of the whatever, you might cause the price to go up. That's supply and demand, but the apes don't have that size. They never did. They never had it. And we're talking tens, if not hundreds of thousands of shares. That's the reality of it, because go to the order book and look. There's, a lot of shares for sale. So anyway, continuing here, it says the SEC imposed a temporary emergency ban on short selling on Thursday. So this was when they had enacted that ban, which, by the way, it didn't work, because it goes on to say when U.S. financial stocks fell on Monday, I guess experts said the shorts may have skirted the restrictions by using put options. Of course, it's still the short's fault. The option to sell a stock in the future, or by shorting the entire index and buying the companies it did not expect to fail.
Doesn't have an actual.
That doesn't have
effect on that.
The only way it would is if market maker then goes to hedge, but they that takes a lot of size too, to force a gamma squeeze or a reverse gamma squeeze. We saw that with meme stocks, but yeah, it's not the same as short selling, and it doesn't affect the inventory of shares available to short either. That's another impact, and it doesn't affect the borrowing costs. So yeah. Now, this person here, Martin Sklar, an attorney representing hedge funds, said, quote, "I don't think short selling is malicious. It's people acting in their self-interest, which is what Wall Street does." True. In the current crisis, Morgan Stanley CEO John Mack blamed short sellers.
Further down by Paul.
I'll get there.
There is no academic evidence that short sellers by themselves brought a company
there it is.
Without underlying reasons.
Yeah.
It's almost like short sellers act on market information just like everyone else, and the only reason they're short sellers is because the company fucking sucks.
Lehman was having problems, and the shorts were there. But once Lehman started looking for a buyer, what happened? Nobody wanted to buy Lehman when they started looking at their books very closely. That tells you the shorts were right. Boom. I mean, what more do you need? Lehman was having problems, and the shorts came in. Once they started looking for a buyer and started looking at their books, which is what the short sellers looked at, there were no buyers. That was also around the same time that Jim Cramer said, Lehman is strong. It's never been stronger. Right. Apparently Lehman's ability, or somebody's ability, to pay off Jim Cramer was still strong. But, yeah, no. Fuckers. Fucking goddamn scammers. Okay. So, I've been saying this, I've been trying to say this for 3 years. Short sellers do not bankrupt companies. They just don't. That's not how it works. No, short sellers will tell you that. Companies will tell you that. Adam Aron has never once insinuated that short sellers would bankrupt any company, including AMC, because he knows how fucking stupid that is.
Insinuated is that the price pressure put on the stock made his stock undervalued. But like you said, he's never implied that that's been the source of the problems of the company.
Right.
How the company's been managed is the issue.
Yeah. Right, which he hasn't really said in so many words, because he could be seen as the management or leadership that is failing on one hand, because it wasn't until after Adam Aron came and initiated his grand plan for world dominance of theaters in 2016. By 2019, they were swimming in debt. So, or by 2020, by 2019, really. So that would be an indictment of his own leadership, which is probably warranted. But I mean, then he got a bonus in 2020. So I don't know what we're supposed to think there. Like, he literally made more money. Anyway, everybody knows that. I didn't know it, and it blew my mind that Adam Aron would take it upon himself to give himself a raise in 2020. But hey, Okay, so short sellers do not bankrupt companies. They do not do that. What sense would that make? For there to be a mechanism in the market, which is all secondary. Again, it's people, individuals trading stocks amongst themselves. Nothing to do with AMC, nothing to do with all the companies. We're all just trading shares.
And there would be an argument that comes up that, well, they pushed down the price, therefore, if the company needed to go to the equity markets again, that they would get a lower value. But again, if the company has to go to the equity markets, it would mean that the fundamentals of their business requires them to do so, because they're not making the money to generate their own profits. They have to extract it from the equity markets.
Right. And, excuse me, and that's one of the two ways that companies can raise money. Like that, it's not bad. Like I said last time, personally, I don't like the term dilution as a straight up synonym for equity offering, because dilution is a side effect. It is an effect, but that's not the point. The point is the company needs this lifeblood called money, and yes, shareholders are important, but keeping the business operating is more important. So if you believe in the company, it shouldn't matter if they dilute your shares. Quite frankly, what are you worried about? Now, clearly, the thing not to do is to go all in on something, because then, yeah, you might be a little pissed. But that's why you don't go all in on something speculative. Atlantis, how you doing? Does anyone even buy AMC shares anymore? It gets no volume even as a penny stock. Well, yeah. So, Jesus Christ. And I have to keep moving this fucking line. This line keeps going more and more fucking vertical. Down. Jesus. Well, if I put on volume buy sell, volume buying, selling volume, gives us a visual, like, sort of indication. This is daily candles. It says today that there was a total of 16 million, 9 down and about 7 up, roughly. But yeah, I mean, look, the days where look at this day not last week, but, well, actually, Friday the 5th, it says there was more buying. It says that there was 6.8 buying and 4.5 selling. Then you come back over to the 15th of, oh no, sorry, the 27th of March. It says there was 11.6 buying and 1.29 selling. But I mean, even that, look at what's interesting here. Like, any of the bigger green candles, are on these days down where you have this bigger green here. The more red you have with it, obviously, the more chance there is going to be like a doji type candle, because, if it was sold down, then it was bought back and it met in the middle kind of thing. So yeah, there's some buying, but I don't know. Like, what has the volume been? It's been 16, 9, 11, 16. I mean, these days right here were huge comparatively, and there were only 44 million, 12, under 10 million a lot of the time. The average, the 30-day average is 15 million. You look at weekly, I mean, look at that. Weekly red. I mean, that's just a fucking massive sea of red. Volume candles, I mean, here. So, yeah, I don't... if they are buying it, it's people buying 5 shares at a time, which does nothing for the price. So, I mean, normal investors don't care. They're not trying to push the price up when they buy, except the apes are, which is dumb. You can't push the price up by buying a half a share. But whatever. Anyway, yeah, so that's that retardation. Now, one more by Donnie.
It's not financial advice. This trading decisions. Listen, I tweeted this excerpt from an article, and these guys are saying the movie theater industry is doing great. They're saying that everything is going great, that the movie theater industry is bouncing back. They are changing their narrative on the movie theater industry, but
well,
somehow...
Well, no. The thing is, though, the narrative was never the theaters are going bankrupt or going away. That was never the narrative. It was never the narrative. Not ever was that the narrative. And, yes, there were short sellers. Figure that one out, Donnie. Yes, you can short something without thinking it will go bankrupt. You fucking retard. Go ahead, Korax. You're not the retard.
What? But yeah, that's the point. Like, he's circled that paragraph, but it isn't that, it isn't that movie theaters are bad. It's that AMC is a bad company. And it says that, AMC may double from here, but that investors should look elsewhere. Well, yeah, because they're assuming most of these investors have bought in at the top. It's better to deploy that capital somewhere. Even if AMC was to double from 3 to 6, that doesn't do anything for these people.
Yeah, right. Exactly. GameStop is down 37.10% year to date. Year to date. That's how much it's down. Manuel said he got kicked out of Morant's channel or something for asking to see the year-to-date chart. And it's like, okay, you don't like that one. Okay, I got it. So we'll show it. Morantz doesn't like it. So we'll show it. 37% year-to-date. Wow. Man, Ryan Cohen's a great CEO. Where's Ryan? Oh, you know what?
Now I'm actually going to have to...
Yeah. Check this out. Oh, this is great right here, too. That arrow is when Ryan Cohen took over the leadership reins. Oh, man. What do you know?
That is like a straight down line.
It's down 48.94% since Ryan Cohen took over. Wow. That's leadership. Man, I wish I had the balls to believe in that kind of leadership. Man.
Wow.
That takes some...
Imagine that imagine not having a plan, not communicating a plan with your investors, Imagine not having an earnings call for all that time, all that stuff. Imagine that.
Yeah, right.
Just don't like that shit.
So I'm pivoting to GameStop next. So this is our pivot point here.
Sell our AMC shares that are already down over 95%. Now, if you look at what they're saying here, they're saying there's a likelihood that AMC will double or more.
Great.
But even though AMC...
Let it quadruple. Let it go up by 8x. Let it go up 8x. It's still under $20 fucking dollars, isn't it?
3 times 8 would be...
Okay, a little over. Yeah, 24. Okay, fine. 7x, 6x.
But, you look at that, after, prior to the reverse split, to get back to the math where these people bought in at, that's still, what, $2.40? Some of these people bought at 60, 50,
yeah.
40, 30, 20.
Yep, all the way down. Yep, averaging down. That's what they do. They average down.
And I keep trying to explain this to people that, like, averaging down, cool, you get your cost basis down, but that company keeps sinking and you keep averaging down, you're deploying capital that could go into better investments.
Right.
And you, like, okay, cool. You finally got green. If it rallies, cool beans. But during that whole time while you were waiting, what other things could you have been invested in?
Opportunity cost. Yep. Very high opportunity cost here. Like inconceivably high. I can't honestly even imagine this. But look at this. God, this is terrible. Look at this. I mean, this is a visual range profile. Like, it's taking everything that's visible here and putting it onto the right in these bars. Look at all this volume down here. I mean, yeah, they're going to say, oh, this is going to be the spring that makes it bounce back up. No, I don't think it is. It's just immediately going to run into resistance. Come on, resize. It's because I got something. Why is it not resizing? Do I have it on? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Well, I mean, what are the odds that it just punches through this level here? After spending all this time sort of consolidating down here before it dropped down. Let's say that something did happen. And it's by the way, this is so far up. Look at that. Like, it doesn't make any moves, like, anywhere. Like, it's just so dead. But, like, let's just say, it somehow manages to snake its way up here. Like, is it going to run into this section here that it consolidated at and just punch through it to keep going? Or is it most likely at least going to consolidate?
Going to stuck there.
At least, yeah. But, I mean, what is the basis for that? I like, breaking out to the upside there, I don't see it. But who knows? Anything could happen. I'm just saying, there's always been massive overhead supply on this fucking thing. Whenever it gets anywhere close to where anybody is trapped, massively, and people come to their senses as price goes down, that's what happens. That's why people sell at the bottom. Then, yeah, I mean, yeah, of course you're definitely gonna run into some selling when the price fucking goes up. Are you kidding? Anyway, Lynn said 2 years ago Ryan Cohen would tank GameStop, not right away, but he will kill it from the inside out. That sounds like what private equity does. I think you got him confused for private equity.
Should sell our shares and avoid the play. When I tell you guys,
what play? There's no play.
Sell AMC.
Oh,
but the news that they put out is so counterintuitive. They tell us.
It isn't. It's very intuitive. They're talking about what we just talked about. About the opportunity cost risk.
Right.
What could you been like they said it could 2x from here, but they didn't say when. And what are you missing out on while you're fucking waiting?
Yeah.
The government is paying you 5% risk-free on an overnight rate. You can get from your broker. I can get from Fidelity now. Just setting cash in my account, 4.95%.
Yeah.
Anything that loses money when you can get from your broker in a money market account 4.95% is fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Fucking retarded.
Yep, and at least, for now, we're well, I guess I guess like the 10-year yield did end up slightly down today. The longer end did end up down, but hey, your 1 month Treasury notes bills, I guess, are 5.39, 5.4% for the 1, 2, and 3 month bills.
Yeah, I need to ask Fidelity if I can get into those 1 month bills.
I think you gotta. I think there's a minimum amount you have to put in, but I don't know what it is.
That's fine. Yeah, it's 1,000.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, U.S. stocks tumble, yields jump as hot CPI dashes rate cut hopes. We've seen the same fucking headlines for a year. When it comes in a fucking hundredth of a point cooler, quote unquote, it's off to the races. When it comes in 1/100th of a fucking percent hotter, it's all the hopes are dashed. There's never been any fucking hopes. There's never actually been any legitimate fucking hope for fucking rate cuts when the market's at all-time highs. You brain dead fuckers. Show me.
And again, as we've said before on this show,
Mm-hmm.
even if there was some hope for rate cuts, that ain't fucking bullish, my friends.
Right, not this kind. And show me the time when the Fed was like, "Damn, we got to keep the market at all-time highs. Let's cut rates." You're out of your fucking mind.
They only cut rates when the economy's in the shitter.
Yes.
So when they talk about, easing policy, well, the economy's cooled off, so we're just going to cut rates. No.
It doesn't even.
The economy was doing fine. There's no reason to cut rates.
And it doesn't even matter if they do anyway. They don't even need the FOMC to, because financial conditions have been loosening for a while. Like, that's what this chart is showing us here. The further negative this thing goes, the looser conditions are. I'm sorry to have to point this out to anybody who thinks that anything got tighter last year, because it didn't. I'm here showing the data. It did until the banks started failing, and then it was off to the fucking races. Financial conditions got way looser. They got almost as loose. We're almost to where we were in 2021. Almost. More than halfway there.
That explains a lot why the market is still all giddy.
Yeah, it absolutely does.
But I think
this has to go positive. This has to go positive in order for it to be restrictive, actually restrictive. And it's not anywhere close.
Here is people have gotten it in their heads that, the Federal Reserve took care of the things that happened with Silicon Valley and all that stuff, and we're fine now. We can go back to risk on.
Right. Yeah.
The Fed's going to cut rates, and I think the Fed has to cut rates sometime this year, but first, that craziness that you just pointed out has to be broken again.
Yep.
I think it will break because, you look at some of the other data points and it don't look good out there.
No.
But right now, market participants haven't gotten that message, and until they do, the Fed ain't doing shit.
And that's probably why, whoa. Oh, no wonder. Okay, it's because I have this absurd fucking ghost feed on there. I'm like, why is my Bitcoin chart fucked up? Here's my yeah. You need any more confirmation that this shit is still absurd? Look at Bitcoin. That's all
Which
I need to look at.
Hugely today, and then it recovered.
Right.
Surprised me.
Well, that is the V-shaped miracle market we got. Thanks to Wall Street for that.
But I look at something like DXY, and it rallied up to 105, which is back where it was like the previous high for this year.
Yep.
And I'm just looking at it, and I'm going, where are we seeing the tightness in the market? It's not so far in the U.S.
Well, the yen, I think. I think the yen.
Well, yeah, because you're seeing the tightness is coming to these international markets.
Oh, right.
The Fed's going to keep higher for longer, so these international, countries that have to trade in the U.S. dollar to do international exchange are getting ass fucked. That's where the tightness is. You're not seeing the tightness in the U.S. You're seeing international markets bend and break.
Right.
And eventually it's going to get to us, but so far,
So this is the lowest. This is the lowest that the yen has been against the dollar
since the Asian financial crisis. Think about that for a second.
Yep. Correct. You got to go back to 1990 before
right before the Asian financial crisis. Funny that.
Yep. And so we're looking at the yen dollar. Of course, if we look at the dollar yen, it's the opposite, sort of. Not exactly, but it has more. Ignore this old part here. This is all. We're not worried about that. But you come back here. Yep, there's the inverse because we're looking at the opposite inverse. Right? Anyway, this is the dollar. So the dollar's the strongest it's been against the yen since then. Okay.
And this kind of goes back to the whole Triffin's paradox thing.
Yep.
It's really hard to understand some of that stuff, but when you have a currency that serves two masters, tightness, like, it may not be tight enough for America, but everyone else is like, what the fuck are you doing? You're fucking us.
Yeah. So I guess I got to get rid of that explosion here because that didn't play out. But yeah, like NVIDIA. Yeah, that's. Now, I found an interesting article. Well, I found some interesting stuff about AI recently, but we'll have to have a separate AI discussion. Anyway, someone explain what it means. Bitcoin is digital gold because that doesn't compute in my brain. Can you handle that one, Korax? Is Bitcoin digital gold? And why would anybody say that? Now, we had, wasn't it Larry Fink from BlackRock? Didn't he say this recently? I believe he did. We laughed at it then. Because he also said that we can create artificial gold, like we can manufacture artificial gold, which strictly speaking is true, but they don't do it because it's actually not as efficient as mining it. And it's kind of one of those things like, yeah, we can kind of do nuclear fusion, but it takes so much energy that we don't, it's not practical. It's kind of the same thing in my mind. It's kind of how I look at it. Oh, there's a clip. Oh, there's a video clip. All right, well, I'll check this out. And then we'll get comments from the comments here. All right.
That there's a lot of merit to it. There's a lot of opportunity. It is a great store, and this is where you can debate. Is it a good store?
But you know how it's made. A bunch of computers figure out.
But there's problems. But the issue is if people believe that it can be an asset that can be cross-border. Right. And let's be clear, if you're in a country where you're fearful of your government, and maybe this is one of the reasons why China has banned it. Mm-hmm. If you're in a government where if you're in a country where you're fearful of your future, fearful of your...
Like the United States?
Or you're frightened that your government is devaluing its currency.
Like the United States? I don't know.
Deficits.
Well,
like
see,
us.
I think the big... Like, I don't necessarily buy that argument. Like...
Well, hold on. Let's let Larry finish. It's only about 45 seconds.
Go there.
Hold on.
If you're in a country where you're fearful of your future, fearful of your government, or you're frightened that your government is devaluing its currency by too much deficits.
Like us.
You could say it's a great potential long-term store of value. And it, as I said, it's like digital gold. And I believe...
But you still can't buy a slice of pizza with it. Isn't that kind of odd that we're...
But you can't buy a price of pizza with palladium or gold.
No, but there you can do stuff with them. I can get stuff with... I mean, people use gold for stuff, right?
Jewelry.
You could buy and sell your Bitcoin, no different than gold. So it is very...
What is it? But gold is put in, like...
Jewelry.
And you know...
Electronics.
There's in some...
All kinds of things.
More silver and nickel.
But you see what I'm saying? It's There are practical uses. Bitcoin, it's literally a ledger. Right?
It is a ledger, but it's an international ledger. It's cross-border. It's bigger than any government.
I agree with you. It would have blown up, I believe, in FTX, and it didn't after FTX.
Okay.
So much hubris there. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it is BlackRock.
First of all, you have to break it down because there's the narrative that's being constructed here, and I'm learning a lot more about narratives after I've got the audiobook, so I'm sort of making my way through that suggestion of yours.
I have more too. He's got more. Robert Schiller's got more.
I can't take much more than this. But generally, when they're talking about when they're talking about the instability of governments, and you know, it's really great for like what's the one country that was ran by a dictator, had like the $1 trillion bill or whatever the fuck. I know I should know it. But anyway, that's the kind of instability that they're talking about. Like for most Americans, comparatively speaking, yeah, we have outsized deficits. Yeah, we have inflation, but like what? And so it's good for countries that have control. I tend to agree with the argument that that's why Bitcoin's been banned in China. It's an outlet to get away from these things, but these aren't problems. These are not problems. And second of all, he understands gold. Gold isn't an inflation hedge. It's a monetary instability hedge, which can be inflation or deflation. You know, you've seen the gold rally so hard after 2008. It's because dollars, so gold's used. And got audio problems. Yeah. Oh, keep going. Okay, so everyone can hear me. It's there's some difficulties with what you're trying to do. Okay, got it. So, like, there's so much to like deconstruct from that because, like, I mean, no, not El Salvador, but like El Salvador is a perfect example of how Bitcoin can go wrong. But it's just, I'm not in the right. Like I said, I'm a little tipsy, but like Bitcoin. Oh, also the FTX and Bitcoin didn't blow FTX after FTX was totally just fine. It's like, no, like you still got the Tether issue out there floating around with its scam hustle. But a part of that is like you could sell to get whatever local currency and exchange it if you're having deflation issues. That's totally, it's not, I don't know how to explain it. It's just right now perfectly, but it's just so much ignorance. And I just hate it so much that people don't understand basic economics enough to, when Larry Fink gets on the TV and talks a whole load of that, it's just, I can't say anything else. Bullshit. Oh. Hang on, he says. Yep. Bingo. Bad Back has it perfectly. You want to pop that comment up while you're fixing your mic. That is perfect. If you want to use it as a currency, it has to be stable. But if there's a lot of price volatility, like look at DXY compared to BTC. DXY has a lot of volatility, but it's in a tight range usually, whereas BTC can be all over the fucking shop any given day of the week. And it's expert. Like the lack of liquidity in BTC is its problem. If you want a stable currency with stable prices, it needs to increase its supply to the economy. And if it doesn't do that, you know, an economy that shrinks. That's what happened with the gold standard. Economic activity was greater than the supply of gold we could use to facilitate economic activity. And at the end of the day, currency has a value unto itself. You know, currency is whatever we say it is. You know, I can say this Element television remote is a currency, and we all make these Element television remotes and you know, use them as currency, you know.
All right, I think I'm back.
These paper dollar bills as having value, even though they're just a sheet of paper, is a testament to that. You know, we use instruments that have theoretical values based on our perceptions of the value that we've assigned to them. You know, this whole idea that we need to use gold because gold has intrinsic value and that's why we should use it as currency is absolute bullshit. It is absolute what's the word for it when you don't like new technology?
Breaker 19, breaker 19, breaker 19.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Smokey Bear's in here. All right.
It's like the whole gold standard thing is like Luddite philosophy in a nutshell.
So we got the gold chart on the screen here, and this is a weekly chart, or you know, daily chart here, or monthly even. Wow, look at that. That's what we call parabolic, pretty much. Yeah, what does it mean to the market? Well, I'll tell you what. It's not good, I don't think. I'm not really convinced that it's a great thing. You know,
being high is not a good thing.
Right.
It shows that there's economic instability.
It's definitely a warning sign.
It's not an inflation hedge.
Right.
It's a monetary instability hedge. So the higher it is means how unstable international, like the U.S. dollar as a function of international trade is.
Now, if you want to get, we've done this before. We did this before. I think we used SPY. You look at, you know, the SPY, for example, and you see we're back in 2008, 2007, 2008 here, and the candles are gold, and the orange, fucking orange. God, you got to be able to change that default. That's terrible. It's like a goldenrod. It's the worst orange I've ever seen. Okay, here, real thick purple pink line. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. That's our SPY line.
Hot pink, yeah.
Hot pink. Okay, now, where was the peak? You know, gold hit a few. I mean, the high was right here in March of 2008. That corresponds with a market low, like a localized low on this trip down here. You know, so it was at this kind of a local swing low or something. And it's generally inversed until, and even here a little bit, but really until, you know, and then it hits its low here in March of 2009. And when is the, I'm sorry, that's the market hit its low in March 2009.
And about that point is when it switches there and starts to.
Yeah, see, gold's at a high here. Yeah. And now they both start to go up together, you know. But it's interesting to see these correlations.
2011, it starts.
Yep, 2011.
And then they start following.
Here it is. Here's 2011. Yep, there's 2011. You know, you can go back even further. You can look at 2001, 2000, 2001. Gold at a high right here. And the candles corresponding to a market low.
The better inflation hedge than gold is SPY.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, that the fact that, well, okay. And then we come back here to now. Come back to now. And this, yeah. So you got the market, I mean, okay, 2023, starting right here. You know, the market doing what it's doing.
It's weird since 2022, gold and SPY are pretty, like, there's some spots where they're inverse, but that correlation is really scary.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, what else we have going up today? Well, the dollar apparently went somehow, well, I guess it reset at 6 maybe so. But, you know, yeah, the dollar's up. SPY's down a little bit. You know, the VIX, look at the VIX.
The VIX is abysmal.
It
like
popped up to
in the basement.
What, into the 17, almost the 17 handle almost recently, but you know, it's just not real yet. It's not real enough yet. I don't know how it's not real enough yet, but it's not.
Sub 20 for the longest time.
Yeah.
It's been in the low teens.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go below 12, so that's good. But, I mean, yeah, this is, I don't know. 0 days options may have changed this whole dynamic. I don't know. VIX is worthless. So, yeah, well, let's jump over.
You know what I also like tracking along with VIX? I like tracking VIXX, which is the vol of VIX, which is...
yes. Yes, the VIX of the VIX.
Mm-hmm.
So here's something. So we gotta jump. Okay, what was this here now? Okay. Now here's one everybody loves to hate. I think. Oh shit! Oh, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. It's the wrong one. Wrong one.
Crypto wallet to trade crypto, buy and sell NFTs, browse decentralized apps right from your mobile device. It's coming. And this is all why, these are all the reasons why I tell you I'm invested into GameStop more so than just e-commerce. This is the icing on the cake. I try to help people left and right. I've got friends and family ask me all the time, why are you invested in GameStop? What the hell are you talking about? They sell used games. No. They're changing the world, guys.
So market cap should be wild too, but I'm telling you guys, when I look at GameStop and they are sitting on $1 billion, 1.2 billion, they literally could open up another whole GameStop with 3,000 stores, go that whole route.
No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't.
Here's the thing. Even if they
why would they?
Well, yeah, that too. But like even more fundamentally, they aren't. Like
right.
They're sitting on all this cash doing nothing. And that's always been my point to Morantz, and he's always fucking ignored it. It's like they're sitting on all this cash. So fucking what?
That doesn't bring...
The company is return on investment to investors.
That brings nothing.
On that cash fucking doing nothing with it.
That brings no value to shareholders.
Fucking company.
Yep. Why would you want your company sitting on all that cash? That means nothing to me tangibly. Why would anybody care? Nobody would care. Nobody cares. Wall Street doesn't care. That's for damn sure.
Because the price keeps going down.
Right. Yep. Oh, God.
Because that's the infrastructure that's built here. Based off of their expenses, their liabilities, they can pay them all with the cash they have on hand. So whenever you want to dream about how big GameStop can be or what it could be or where it should go,
yes, they
sit back,
could
sit
pay
tight,
them with
and
the
watch it
cash
happen.
on hand, but that is
'Cause
a
it's going to.
shrinking company. That is a shrinking balance sheet. You fucking dumb shit.
Manuel says GME is holding cash to stay in business. They are going to lose money in the next 3 quarters. Well, I mean, that's a good point. Why do they have the stock cash pile? They're going to need it. Why haven't they spent it on anything? Because they know they're going to need it. Duh. I mean,
I'm all with the cash they have on hand. So whenever you want to dream about how big GameStop can be or what it could be or where it should go, sit back, sit tight, and watch it happen.
Oh, okay.
It's going to.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to fucking
properly.
sit back and
And
watch
that's
it.
what's
I want to
happening right now in
see
the
the
stock.
company come out with an actual plan. I have said it so many times, and I continue to say it. They have stores that look like they're straight out of the late 90s, early 2000s.
Oh, yeah.
That they could refurbish to get people in the store. They have still all their stores 50% physical media that no one fucking buys. The company admits they don't buy, and at some point Marantz was even admitting no one fucking buys. Clear that shit out of your stores and put stuff in there that actually fucking sells. But
Right.
they haven't done any of this.
Nope. But guess what, though? GameStop is different. GameStop is different.
Hi, guys. Welcome back to
They're not in business to make money. They're different, see? They're not in business to make money. They're in business to stockpile cash.
bit of motivation, a whole lot of truth, no financial advice. I always talk about GameStop's balance sheet, and I always say it's so strong. And then other people say, "Oh, it's a strong sheet," but there's other things. And I'm like, nah, don't trivialize it. Like, actually give it the clout that it needs and
God,
I do.
It's that good.
But at
and
the
I'm
end
going to
of the
prove it to you
day,
today.
as we
he's going to prove it.
And as we go over these other companies, guys, the longer.
Oh, we're going to go over other companies? No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we are not. Because other companies are, drumroll please, irrelevant. Irrelevant is the answer I was looking for, but.
Wow, both work.
What'd you say?
I said both work because that's
what did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Other companies, and he's going to say that they've got all this debt and shit, and it's like, yeah, because they're deploying capital, and like you said, also irrelevant because at the end of the day, it should be what GameStop's doing as a company.
Right. Yeah, I don't really care to go through a bunch of other companies, But he will talk about GameStop though, probably at least. Growing. Well, yeah, growing. That works.
Goods sold divided by the average inventory on hand.
All right, here we go.
Ratio right now. You guys like numbers? This is your video.
He's got his
Here we go.
cherries.
First is going to be
He's got his
GameStop.
cherries. He's gonna
Obviously,
pick.
I love this company.
Oh, boy.
1090, right? The inventory ratio right now, the turnover ratio is operating at around 6.0. One of the best ever in the history of GameStop. Ever since Ryan Cohen's been there, they've been over 6, 2 times now. And that means,
right.
You guys don't know, cost of goods sold divided by the average inventory on hand. That is your turnover ratio. Your inventory turnover ratio matters, certainly in, I guess, retail. When you think about consumer index, they actually, consumer discretionary stocks and companies, they trade at around 3.4 is their average on turnover ratio. As you can see, GameStop's with the big boys.
Yeah, nobody cares about these fucking ratios.
I believe they're beating Home Depot. Home Depot's lower than...
They're not. They're beating Home Depot.
Home Depot's in a completely different sector.
Yeah, give me a fucking break. Yeah, no, they're not. Yeah. God damn it. This is the disingenuous shit that I just cannot fucking stand. Yeah, let's I mean, he's talking about the inventory ratio, whatever. But I mean, Jesus Christ. Fine, whatever.
The same cherry that he always picks because he can't deal with the fact that inventory is sitting on the balance sheet. He can't deal with the fact they ain't selling shit. He can't deal with the fact that they're losing money. They can't deal with the fact that they're not deploying capital. So he's got to find his cherries to pick. Oh,
right.
At their ratios.
Right.
At a 6, Walmart's at a 10, Costco's at a 14. Yeah, I get it. But GameStop's on par. That was the point. And GameStop didn't offer their company up, right? The equity of the company.
He not only picked a cherry, he had to lampshade the cherry. Well, it's not as good.
Oh, yeah.
It's on par, guys.
What about price to earnings? How about that ratio? Let's talk about a ratio that people actually care about. Let's talk about price to earnings.
Pull that up.
Why don't you?
Didn't borrow money.
Yeah, what is it? Let us know.
Via bonds or anything
Okay,
like that. There's no covenants that are restraining
No, I
this
got it
company
right
from
here.
doing anything.
All right.
Right now, I can give you all the ratios. GameStop price to earnings 542, EV to earnings 393, EV to EBITDA 86, EV to sales. Well, that's actually kind of all right. It's 0.52, and price to sales 0.63. But like as I said in my video response that he kind of danced around was, what is the price that GameStop should fall to get his mythical well, I gave him the benefit slide. I said, we'll get to what price do we need to get to an EV to earnings of 30? Benefits the balance sheet because they got all that cash setting on it. We're including that cash. That's how you get enterprise value.
Yeah.
So an EV to earnings of 30, the stock would need to fall to $3.50.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ouch.
Now that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, here we go. What are we looking at here? Now, okay.
This is why I say he calls himself a value investor. This is why every time I say Morant's
There's inventory turnover.
Graham rolls over in his fucking grave.
Yeah, here's inventory. So it actually is on. It is on the Trading View statement section. I did not know this was here. All this stuff, return on assets, return on equity, all these computations. It's pretty cool. Return on invested capital. I've heard him talk about that one too.
That's another bad one. Return on invested capital.
Right around zero. When it was negative before.
49%. Return on equity, 0.5%.
Yeah, fantastic. Wow, that's value returned to the shareholders right there, baby. That is value not returned to the shareholders. Like, let's see.
You know what? You want to know what Kohl's return on invested capital is? 10.87%.
Really? Wow. Damn. That's good. That's good.
Dollar General's is 7.8.
Because they keep buying all those latest fashions, keeping me looking hip at work. Something like that. And I get those coupons, those coupons. Kohl's Cash. That's what it is. Kohl's Cash.
Yeah.
Love that shit. We're on AMC here now. AMC, of course, No price to earnings. No price to earnings in sight.
That is exactly what I call GME, a value trap.
Yeah. Return on invested capital in AMC, negative 5.85. Ooh. Bad. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so AMC's worse, but anyway.
The part that was really tricky for me on GameStop's balance sheet is it looks like they have enough cash to start up another GameStop. Like, that's how much money they have based off of what the company costs. The property and plant and equipment total is $650 million. Well, they got double that. So I'm ready to see what GameStop can do with the shareholder equity they currently have.
Right.
They have,
and that's that. Okay, it's a 2-time deal. Then you got 2 shots, and then you're out. Like, great. So they would never do that then, because they would never. It's just absurd. Like, this is Mickey Mouse.
Not lost shareholder equity over the last 4 years. In 2019, just to give an example, shareholder equity was at 1.3. I'll even show it to you. 1.34 right here. 1.34 total equity. Okay. If we go to 2019,
I mean, that's all well and good, but I mean, it doesn't. Who cares? Like, what? Your share price. That's what you care about. So you're showing me that the total equity hasn't gone down that much, but my share price has gone down a lot. So that's better. That's somehow good. I fail to see how this is anything.
Because the market is forecasting that not only is the stock overpriced, but lower return on investment to shareholders. It is almost like the stock market is about returning money to investors and forward projections.
Right.
The forward projections ain't looking hot.
Right. I mean, it's hard to argue that point. It is hard to argue that point.
2019, right here, shareholder equity, that's 2020. No, 2019, 1.34, the same. So not only do we have the same amount of equity from 5 years ago, we're doing it operating at a better rate because we're not losing money. They weren't a profitable store then.
But you're not making any.
Now. But let's go look at some companies that GameStop has
They're
to get
not,
ahead of.
though.
Based
They're
off
not.
of what the market cap is. Market cap is
Operationally, they are
3.33 billion.
not profitable.
Oh, and let's compare the market cap too. That's a good comparison. Right. They are not fucking profitable. And good point from Lynn. Why are they auctioning distribution center equipment then?
Boom.
Well, he'll say, well, they plan on closing that for a while and it's to cut costs and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. You know how much...
They're a growing company, Scott. But they're
Right.
a growing company, Scott.
Yeah. Let's reopen some stores. Oh, we just closed that distro facility. Oh, shit. Well, fuck. I mean, come on.
Oh, you want to know what's going to be the icing on the cake for this clown?
Mm-hmm.
I found a secret loophole. Do you want to hear this loophole?
Oh, go for it.
So, if he thinks shorts are going to go away while this thing slowly bleeds away, it ain't happening. Because, okay, so the cost to borrow on GameStop, last I checked, was hovering around 1%. Let me double check it.
The cost of what?
And then I'm gonna
The shorts.
The cost to borrow.
Oh, yeah, we can look at that on Chart Exchange, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted I want to let you in on a little secret here. Okay, so cost to borrow is 1.65%.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm showing.
Here's the magical reason why shorts aren't going to go away from this company as it continues to bleed down.
Because that's nothing.
So, well, it's nothing, but it's even better. So I just found this cheat code out. So I've been shorting a handful of companies. So I can set cash in my money market account, and I get, remember I said 4.95%.
Yeah, hang.
Cost to borrow on GameStop
Well,
is
slow
1.65.
slow down just a little bit here. I'm going to try to do something as you're doing this. I'm going to try to notate this here somehow, write it down.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
but I have to display this. Okay.
I open a short position. I take those shares, I get cash. I just set that cash in my money market account, and it costs me to take out that short position 1.65 annual rate.
1.65% annual rate on money market account. Okay.
No, 1.65 on the cost to borrow. That's the key part there. On the cost to borrow. And then I get paid by Fidelity for that cash that I leave sitting there. I get paid 4.95. I think you can figure out the math from here why shorts are not going away.
That's APR on that, right?
Yep, they're both APR.
Right. Okay.
See if you can figure out the math going on here, or if the classroom can.
Right. So essentially you're paying 1.65% or whatever to borrow shares, but you're getting 4.95% on the collateral?
Yes. On the cash that I received from shorting, from selling the shares.
Yeah, right. From the unrealized sale, short sale, unrealized PL from the short sale. So let's do an example then. So let's make it easy. Let's say it's $10 a share, right? So let's say that you short 10 shares.
Yeah, 10
right? At $10.
Round lot.
So you sell 10 shares and you collect $100.
Yep.
Good so far. Okay. Now, well, first of all, how much
I get paid.
You're depositing. Well, you have right
monthly, and I get my payment from the money market monthly.
Mm-hmm. Right. So you pay the cost to borrow monthly, but you receive the 4.95%
as a monthly annualized rate as well.
Right. From the $100. Right? From the 100.
Yep.
So I could get out my Texas Instruments financial calculator and have it do that for us, but I don't care. It doesn't matter that much, but because
I think everyone can figure it out without the math.
Because you're right. That $100 after 1 month is
make more money than the cost
is going to be $104.95. Let's say. Right, you're going to receive $5 for 1 month. Is that correct?
Well, no. It would.
No, it's monthly.
Annually, so
right,
you have to divide
right.
it by 12 again.
Right, but it's compounded though still, right? So that's why I need the calculator. Anyway, whatever.
The point is
the point is
money from the cash just sitting in my account than I ever have to pay for the cost of borrow. So long as it's below that 4.95%.
How about that? Conclusion. You never pay for borrowing shares as long as the money market fund rate is higher than the cost to borrow. Works in high rate environments.
There is a marijuana ETF that I currently am short. And I'm short it purely because the cost to borrow is 50 bips.
Ah. Gotcha.
I don't care about the price so long as the price gets too far out of control.
Yeah.
I don't care about the price because at the end of the day, I'm just milking the yield. It's free leverage.
Yeah.
Free leverage.
Yep. Cool. All right. So there you go. You can get them coming and going, so to speak. GameStop's different.
And it's embarrassing.
I like it bad.
Considering what the value is of this stuff.
Morance's next video. Crime! It's not fair.
Okay, I'm just going to look and see what he's comparing it to. Macy's. Oh, yeah, Macy's. Bath and Body Works. Bath and Body Works. Wayfair.
Body Works is a horrible.
Right.
Wayfair's another horrible comparison.
I know. Carvana. That's a meme stock.
That's not even in the same sector.
Right. And shares a couple traits with GameStop. Mainly, it's wildly overvalued. Why? But that's a low rate business. That is a low rate business. They cannot survive. They cannot survive. Penske Automotive Group.
Not even in the same sector.
No, they're like Penske. Fuck off, Penske.
Penske's a rental company, you dumb shit.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they also have race teams. They do a lot of stuff. But yeah, Jay Penske's a cool dude. The founder. He's from Ohio. He's from Northeast Ohio, actually. From right around here. Lowe's.
I just know Penske because they do all the repairs at my company on vehicles.
Oh, yeah. We used to lease trucks from Penske. Yep. AutoZone.
Again, in a completely different sector.
Right, and Penske.
Completely different sector.
Going back to Penske, like, I've used Penske more for business to business shit than personal. So, I mean, that's me personally, but they do our trucks, they do your truck, like, they do trucks. Like, when I think of Penske, I think of trucks, not rental cars to individuals.
Semis.
Yeah, box trucks, semi trucks. Yeah, semi-tractor trailers. Alibaba. Not even. Why?
Not even
Why?
Close.
Why?
What are you?
Walgreens. Again, like these are no.
In the same sector. Again.
Ridiculous.
He's just picking based on the generalized consumer discretionary sector, isn't it?
Stock right there. 15 of it is shareholder equity. Let's go look at the chart. Operating income negative $5 billion. From 7
because they bought
1.72.
another company, you fucking twat. Go look at the income statement and look at
Yeah.
Fuck this dumb motherfucker. Let me pull it up on Fidelity. Oh my god, you fucking retard. Pull this up. Because I've looked at that company before and I know he's talking shit. Absolute bullshit.
Let's see.
Get this pulled up here. Fidelity's taken forever in a decade.
You can share. You can share if you want. I can
go look at their annual income statement, and you will see under special item income. In other words, it's a one-time fucking expense. That's why they lost money this year. Eat a bag of dicks, you dumb motherfucker. Oh, but I read the financials. I read the financials. No, you fucking don't.
I saw it in here on one of the other ones, but I don't see it here. Cash from no. I thought discontinued operations. Are you on? Oh, you're on Fidelity. Okay. Well, anyway, I believe you. I believe you. It's no big deal.
Like, it's under the income statement. You go to special item income, which is basically one-time expenses.
Where did I see that? Was it under? I saw that on one of these balance sheet.
Me to screen share?
Yes, if you want. Yeah.
Let me see how to do it on here because I'm not sure. How do I do it? Because I know I've seen you.
Oh yeah. Here, you go to the.
Here it is.
Yep.
Bingo. There you go.
Oh, okay. Now let me get this. Let me just do this here. Uno momento. Let's see. Telegram. Here we go. All right, there you go. You're live on that now. Let me enlarge it to the full
item income,
thing.
$7 billion. One of these things is not like the other. One of these things is just not the same.
Special items income right there. Yep. Okay. Yeah, right there. And they're in parentheses. They're negative. Okay. Yep. 7.4 billion. Is that what that is? Does that say?
Every other time it was profitable.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And the special item income was not so big. But this one time that you had this one-time expense, oh no, one-time profits suck.
Right.
Wow, who could have guessed?
Yeah. Okay.
Amazing.
Very good. Cool. Okay. All right. So yeah. So larger point there. I mean, that's good to go through one example of that. We don't need to go through all of them. But the point here is that each company has its own circumstances, and that he's full of shit. But every company has its own thing going on that explains, just like GameStop does, for that matter, just like GameStop does. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's exceptionally terrible.
To negative $5 billion.
Well, now we know why. What?
Negative $5 billion. Must be a misprint.
No.
Must be a misprint.
Oh,
How much cash you got? Less than GameStop. They got almost $100 billion worth of assets. Doesn't matter. All the shareholder equity in the world of $20 billion in shareholder equity, and they owe $8 billion right there on the book itself.
That's
this is something that
so what?
They expanded. They actually deployed their capital. What a fucking concept.
Right. In fact, I don't know. I'm going to take a chance. Oh, well, return on invested capital is down -12. Why?
They lost.
Why? Yes, of course. Yeah, but look at everyone before that. Well, not everyone, but they probably expanded here too. Back in this here. Well, this was during COVID. It was during high, whatever. But I mean, motherfuck, like.
It's like, you see, this is the biggest problem. Is he likes to talk about how he reads the financials, he looks at the numbers and everything, but you can't. This is why investing is part science and part art.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, you need to look at the numbers, but you need to understand why the numbers are there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so when you do this comparison like he does, while being oblivious to the actual company and what it's been doing, then you're not going to understand where the numbers came from.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
And this is why he doesn't understand anything. Because I bet you he did just the surface level look at the financial statement stuff without really, looking at them. He was just looking to cherry pick shit.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the reason why when I go through hundreds of companies to find the handful that I want to invest in, I may not fully understand the company, but I at least look in far enough to see where these numbers are coming from. Funny enough, to be profitable in the stock market, it requires work.
Yeah. Yeah. So, just real quick here, let me just pull this in, I guess, real quick.
It's also why my YouTube channel is kind of suffering right now, because I'm in the middle of one of those research sessions.
Well, it happens.
I like this YouTube thing. I like having fun with it, but I also like making money a lot more.
Yeah. So, ChatGPT, I asked it to compare Walgreens stock to GameStop. And then, I know this is a no-no, but, this is what you're going...
Hey, there's a lot of apes that would swear by this.
This is what they do. Yeah, this is what
tapped audience.
This is what they do. So why can't I do it? Really. Yeah. So comparing it involves contrasting two companies operating in different sectors of the retail industry with distinct business models.
Even ChatGPT can figure out that these companies are not in the same sector. Wow.
With distinct business models, financial performances, and market dynamics. Here's a breakdown. Okay, well, we know that what they do, the business and industry. We know that part. Mm-hmm. Financial performance. Walgreens Boots Alliance generally exhibits stable revenue and earnings due to the essential nature of its products. GME's revenue and profitability can be more volatile. Okay, we know that. Walgreens may be more modest and steady compared to GameStop, which can experience significant fluctuations. Okay, true.
The gaming console cycles.
Hey, right.
The thing that originally that Keith Gill pointed out, that this company tends to have valleys in between console cycles and tends to peak at console cycles.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he was betting on, not some fucking short squeeze bullshit. That was kind of an ancillary thing. He was more focused on the whole, hey, a new console cycle is coming out, guys.
Yep.
Stock seems kind of undervalued.
Yep. Okay. Walgreens is considered a defensive stock, appealing to investors seeking stability and constant dividends, even though they don't. Do they pay? I don't know. Anyway, GameStop, on the other hand, can attract speculative trading and short-term volatility driven by gaming, blah, blah, blah. Short interest and volatility. GME gained attention due to its high short interest and notable short squeeze events.
I even remember.
Right. Size and scale.
Walgreens pays out a pretty good dividend yield of 5.21%. So
nice.
Accurate.
Walgreens valuation metrics may reflect a more traditional retail valuation approach, whereas GameStop's metrics can be influenced by speculative factors, blah, blah, blah. So it's pretty mild. It's not, it's pretty objective, in saying that, well, you can't really compare them apples to apples because it's not apples to apples.
Because, yeah, it's apples to oranges.
Right. Yeah, pretty much.
Better personally, but
Yeah, me too. Of course. Anyway, yeah, hell yeah, the citrus. Vitamin C, good for you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
unless it's apple pie, then we're talking a whole different game.
Right.
Can't go along with apple crisp either.
True.
Now I'm hungry.
I know, me too. All right, well, let's go back through the thing here and see. Okay, so then we got Casey Shaw. That's enough retardation from this guy. All right, listen to this. I heard this morning about shit my pants. Wait, no, that's the song.
Oh my God.
That's not what I wanted.
First of all, before we get started in this, once we get going, the key shifts and everything that this song goes through, it sounds like a familiar song, like it's almost a cover of another song.
Probably is.
All over the top of. Because this dude cannot be this talented. I doubt it strongly.
Buy and hold.
It's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold.
It sounds like a contemporary Christian song or something. What? Sorry, I gotta pause that. Sounds like a Christian song, like a contemporary Christian type worship song or something.
Look, I may have to, like, my brain just blue screened by that comment. They halted VIX. What?
Oh yeah, they halted the. Oh yeah, we.
What?
Don't think.
What?
Don't think.
Please give me the.
Yeah, he's got the video. All right.
That's so retarded.
Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are.
I'm definitely getting no vibes.
What does he want?
They had a band.
Who?
There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills.
That's us. The shills that want to steal your thrills. God. Ugh.
Till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when
Wow, that's a bit violent.
shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy.
This guy should stick with like.
I agree with you. This is definitely some sort of like Christian.
I think so.
It's just like it's like something that you sing at Sunday and you wave your hands back and
yeah.
Your parents are there singing with you and it's just like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that was fantastic. I was looking for the one from this morning that was like the guy. I'll find it.
Go to my channel if it's the one I'm thinking of. It's right there as the first short.
No, it's
the one where he's talking about how the shorts can't leave.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, just go to my channel. It's the first short on the short list.
Okay.
I even added some flair to it, so if they try and copyright strike me, they can they can suck a bag.
Oh, here it is. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's that first one.
It's in no way.
They can't close.
No way predictive of what's going to happen. Exactly.
They can't close. You don't understand. They can't close. There is no closing in this situation. It's either bankrupt AMC or they go.
Oh,
there is no closing. We're well beyond that. I don't know who's telling you.
Like, how are you well beyond that?
I'm mad that it cut off my cult alert
down
there at the bottom.
Oh shit!
So fuck you, YouTube.
Fuckers.
Closing is a possibility because that is not an option. It's either bankrupt AMC or they go bankrupt trying. One of the two.
They implode.
One of the two. If anybody's telling you, whoever's telling you this, Lucas, whoever's telling you that they can close
God, this is so bad. Block them. Walk away. Of course. Ostrich effect. Yeah. Bury your head in the fucking sand. Remain ignorant.
No evil, see no evil.
Yes. Remain ignorant.
Tactics.
Do not learn anything. Do not listen to anything else that person says. In fact, cut them off, Scientology style.
Yeah.
Or,
you need to what do they call it in Scientology? You need to disconnect from them.
Yeah. Yep.
Or you'll be put on the suppressive person.
Yes. Yep. Oh yeah. PTSSP right here.
They're trying to convince you of things that are not on your side. They want you to lose.
Well,
they're
trying to convince you of things that are not on your side. Well, sometimes.
Who are you to decide that, bitch?
Sometimes the right thing is not what you think it is, bro. Like, they want you to lose. No.
Also,
you've already fucking lost too.
Yeah, and also fundamentally, who are you to decide that for me, bitch?
Right.
I'll decide what's best for me, not you.
Oh yeah. Well, nobody should be allowing this guy to decide what's right for them.
Maybe that's just the libertarian in me.
No, it's the non-retard in you. It's the it's whatever it is that makes you intelligent and not a retard.
To decide what is best for me.
And that's the whole point.
Thank you.
That's the whole point here, is that these people should be empowering people to make decisions that are based on logic and critical thinking. And this is the exact opposite of that. If somebody can't see that, then, I don't know. I don't know. All right. Anyway.
The reason that they would sit there and tell you that they could just close at these kind of prices is because they want you to lose faith and hope in the idea that there is a possibility.
Close at these kind of prices. Now, Badback did say.
I love that I put that addition in. The scrolling chart going by from 2020 to now.
Oh, yeah.
All-time lows, but shorts can't close.
Well, didn't he say that this was from before or something? Now, I thought he said this was from a point when the price was higher or something. Badback, clarify that. I'm not sure when this is actually from originally. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
this is from today. He said.
It is. You're right, because it says Hollywood Reporter, no chance of Chapter 11. Okay, so it was the other one, the previous one that was from before. Okay, so how are they?
What makes it golden?
So how can they not close at an all-time low? That's all-time. That's the. Yeah, I mean, we know that short sellers have not been holding this for, a serious length of time like they think, So, but if they had been, they would be even in more profit. So I don't know I don't know how in the world you get to they can't close. That's just absurd. That's spoken from somebody who's never shorted anything before. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but if you shorted something, you would know that that's not how it works. You would know that.
Again, even aside of all that, go look at AMC's cost to borrow, and then again use the math that we talked about earlier with GameStop.
Right.
I guarantee you, regardless of what AMC's price movement is right now, shorts are like,
yeah,
I'm just going to take that risk-free profit, bitch.
Yeah. Why wouldn't they? I don't know.
They would have to close their positions at any given point.
But it's in no way.
So that's the clip there. So, all right. So we got that. Well, then where's the other one? The other shit. I got to scroll back higher, up further.
A plus stupid.
Oh God, yeah. And this guy streams every day.
Here, Badback. I wanted to pitch this to you, and maybe Scott, you'll come along. At some point, I don't know, sometime this weekend when I'm free, we really need to do a Prince's Amount Stupid on KC Shaw. Because after seeing this clip, there must be a gold mine in them fucking hills.
Yeah. So I mean,
so a Princes of Stupid live stream where it's me, Scott, and Badback going over how fucking retarded KC Shaw is.
That's fine. Yeah, let's do that. So
sounds like fun.
Here's a fun thing to do with him. We talked about this. I'm just gonna pick a random live stream right here. Boom. And now I'm gonna pick a random point. Boom.
Well, were we talking about this earlier today?
Yeah.
You can just find random points in his live stream and it's all stupid shit.
Pretty much. Not when he's playing guitar or whatever he's listening to music. Oh my God, where is he?
Why you don't meet your idols.
Here we go.
Musical companion says, "Let it go, Casey. Get a new guitar instead."
He's talking about guitars. Who cares?
And
of course, he's talking about.
You just get rid of the guitar in general.
Oh, here's talking about the option chain. This will be good. This guy's clueless when it comes to options.
Oh, great! I can't wait because I love options.
All right, fine. I'll stop talking about it.
Shave your
All right,
beard,
remember,
Santa
I'm not
Claus.
going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I do not know. Yes, I do. I know exactly why things are not showing up on the page here. Give me 1 second while I go through everything.
Oh.
And should do it. There we go. Price prediction tally points. You'll notice that TB has an extra point in there, and that's because
price prediction tally
prediction yesterday correctly at $2.
Badback should come in here and explain.
Game going on up there.
He should come in here and explain what the price prediction tally is, because this is some other dumb shit that they do. And if he wants to, that's cool. If not, that's fine. I'm gonna let it. Oh, here he is.
Okay.
All right.
I need someone more educated on this retard than I am to explain this stupidity.
Apparently, what he does is he tries to predict the daily price and the closing day's price every day.
Okay.
And I guess he has like a couple people from his stream, and it's like a contest or some dumb shit.
Okay.
They don't win nothing.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah. What do they win?
Bragging rights.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you.
I suppose at least he's doing something more with his live streams than most of these losers are.
I mean,
that I guess.
Yeah. I guess.
He's interacting with his audience actually in a way that's not like generic.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll sort of give him that.
Do that. But the thing that gets me is that the information he puts out
is
just
absolute tripe.
Completely dog shit. Yeah. And you can't tell me this guy quit his fucking job to stream full time. He's supposedly not monetized, but he's always posting about going on vacation and all this shit. While his followers are crying broke and poor, and when's it going to squeeze? We need our money. And he's
right.
You want my theory on this? You want my theory? So my theory is he has 6,000 subs, right?
Yep. 65.
Yeah, so he's not making that much money off of YouTube. Like Marantz has about 9,000 and makes about 200 a month. Okay. So he's definitely not making enough money to do YouTube full time. He quit his job. Here's my theory. He sold at the top and hasn't told anybody.
Ooh. I haven't heard that.
doesn't sound wrong.
I mean,
how else is he taking vacations and have no job?
When did he get in though?
I don't know.
Crusader.
Apparently he used to work in like the semiconductor industry doing some type of shit.
Okay, then he probably has a good retirement fund. I mean, he looks like he's in his 50s or 60s.
No.
Retired early.
No, he's in his 40s, isn't he? Back?
Yeah, he's in his 40s.
Yeah, he's in his 40s.
When he got in,
it's the beard.
It all stems from like when he got into GME, he got in like when it started the first pump, and then when it started to drop, he sold.
There you go. There it is.
Missed the giant run up, and he said he kicked himself for not holding. So with AMC,
but still, he probably made a good chunk of cash.
I would.
He never divulged, but yeah, I guess he could have. But he said with AMC, he sold a car or something that he had, and put all that money into AMC at like, I think the low tens, early
that makes
teens.
sense. That's about
And
the
then,
time I was running covered calls on AMC and making bank.
Yeah, it was like, I think he was like probably like early March of 21, something like that.
Yeah,
and his whole thing was he missed the run up with GME and he was never going to miss it again. So this is what he says, that he's held all this time.
Bullshit.
And then when I used to go in his streams when AMC was like in the 50s, 60s, and I used to tell him like, not everybody's going to win. Like, get out, take your profit, buy back in if you want when it drops. Because they all were going to say they're going to drop the price for psychological reasons. They want you to sell all this shit. And I was like, well, if you know the price is going to drop, sell, take your profits.
Bingo.
And he would tell everybody, don't do that, because when the Moass happens, price is going to shoot up so fast and furious that shares won't be affordable to the regular retail person, because they're going to be like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I should tell him, like, that don't make no fucking sense.
Yeah.
And then once I started,
go ahead and finish. Sorry.
I said once I started like exposing him and started seeing, like, because he would tell them like people that he had all this experience and knowledge because he used to trade back like during 9/11 and all this shit. And then when I found that Reddit post, and I was like, no one with that much experience would ask such a novice question.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I started like asking him shit, and he started like, I started calling him out. Then he started blocking me and shit. But the guy's full of shit.
Oh yeah.
I think it's all about ego, and he just strikes me as like one of those loners that now, because he always talks about community and shit.
Well, I mean, a lot of these cult members do. And I firmly believe, I'll throw my Joe Namath-esque prediction out there. He sold before the rest of these losers.
It's entirely possible. It is entirely possible. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time.
He's in his 40s. He's in his 40s.
Mm-hmm.
He retired early, apparently. Goes on all these vacations. Like I'm sorry.
Right. Well, and then
6,000 subs. You're not making enough off of YouTube.
The only other thing I can think of is since he streams every day and he used to get like a couple hundred viewers daily, right?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I could think of is that maybe he got reached out to and was given some like promotional money. You know what I mean? Like maybe
yeah, but you would need to do some sort of like advertisement for that.
Would you have to
disclose
that?
Yes, FTC.
Well, you should, but
I mean, you'd have to see that's the thing.
Trey didn't. Trey didn't.
When you get a promotional spot on YouTube, or at least from the YouTubers I've seen, you'll have an ad spot. Of course, you have to disclose.
Well, yeah, they have to get something out of it, right? Yeah, like an ad spot.
Right. Yeah, I don't see any sort of promotion. I've never watched him, but looking at the live streams that I've seen, I don't see any like promotional spots or anything like that. Like you see on Talk Radio.
But I'm thinking like the only thing is like maybe they hit him at a promotional account or whatever, because his whole stream is buy and hold AMC and nothing but AMC. He won't talk about no other stocks companies.
Mm-hmm.
He's pro Adam Aron and everything.
I can believe maybe he has some like I don't know what's in his description, but maybe he has some like links like where like if I put my Webull link, I could get money. And he might get a little money of that. I don't know what he gets maybe on super chats. That might help.
I don't think
he don't take super
he doesn't have, and he doesn't have a thanks button either, where you can give like thanks, like donate $2 or whatever. He doesn't have that. So maybe he's legit not monetized. Maybe he's not.
All of them play this game, and it really is. So the only thing I can think of that he's making money off of this, because at 6,000 subs, there's no way you're making enough to.
No, it says estimated yearly up to like 2,500 tops. And I'm not getting any indication that he's monetized anywhere, so he probably isn't.
Even like he just does his stream. He does Twitter nonstop. You know what I mean?
Yep.
He goes to all the fucking AMC events where he met Adam Aron and posts about all that shit. So like he's full-fledged in it. It just is weird, man.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I
mean, if you look like Manuel pulled some stuff about him up, and if you look like it isn't like he lives in the hood and
right.
It's just like in a shitty neighborhood, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, he does live in Kansas City, right? Is that where he's at?
No, it's Texas.
Oh, really? Oh.
He just is a Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Oh, okay.
He's in Texas.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's down there with Tony, huh? Okay. Well,
I find it interesting, and I don't want to make the assumption that because I know that Tony now thinks he's an idiot. I just had happened to, when I was getting ready to post my short, that I noticed it come up that he had been on Tony's show before.
Cool. They used to do like streams together and shit. Like he would go on his little channel, and then he would have Tony on his channel.
Oh wow, I don't remember. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, they were.
Yeah, Tony used to pump like the Moass back in like 22. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Until like mid or early 23.
Yeah, roughly. Yeah. I mean, definitely in 21 he did, because I called his ass out all the time, left and right.
And my whole thing with Tony is like, if you switch, all you got to say is, look, in the beginning, I was wrong. As I got in this longer, I got more.
And I think he said that sometimes, but like I think it's not in the form that you'd prefer he'd say it.
Well, just don't say that like we're lying and bashing him and lying and shit. Like we're not creating fucking lies. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
If he would just come out and say, look, in the beginning I wasn't as hip to or as knowledgeable. Now I'm more knowledgeable.
Well, yeah, you could say something like, "Hey, I fell into the same trap that everybody else did. I believed in this thing, but guess what? I looked into it, and whatever. And boy, now I've changed my opinion, and I want to share that with you because it has helped me, blah, 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 whatever." So identify with the people as like, yeah, well, hell, I got duped by this thing too. But let's
don't say like we're trying to like
Yeah.
on his name and make up shit. You know what I mean? We're not.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care about any of these people. Yeah, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to watch any of these videos here, but like, you know, don't bet against Adam Aron. What does he say in these? I don't know. I mean, what could he say? Report the facts. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, Adam Aron said this is inconceivable. Okay, but is it? I mean,
he's another thing. This dude Shaw.
Yeah.
He says that is totally retarded.
Oh yeah.
He has no idea what he's talking about. He thinks hedge funds have hid swaps in crypto.
Oh, he does the same thing that Al from Boston does and all that stuff.
Yep.
And he said the FTX, like that's how FTX, they were doing it all on FTX and all this shit. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Like the AMC shit coin that they came out with was an obvious scam. Adam Aron even said it has no
connection. Yeah.
And
even if they were buying shares to securitize it, that's like it could not be used as a shorting instrument.
No.
Like we talked about this. I've talked about the Savvy case where even convertible bonds cannot be used as a locate for a short position.
It's shares of the stock.
Them into shares, it doesn't matter.
Right.
Shares.
And he talks about this whole tokenized shares.
Oh God.
It's like, no, FTX sold a handful of stocks on their platform and they weren't tokenized. All right.
Oop.
There are no tokenized shares. It was in the works to do.
And it was not available in the United States either. It was never available.
Not only that, tokenization is a third party, has no correlation with the stock market. It's a third party.
Right.
So that third party has to procure the shares for the tokenization, and it's the third party's responsibility.
And once those shares are tokenized, those shares are held by a custodian, right?
Right.
So it's not extra shares. They're not adding shares. They're not adding synthetic shares. It's retarded. Like, nothing.
Tokenization wasn't even available to U.S. customers, and even overseas they hadn't done it. They had started the framework to be held in Switzerland somewhere where the tokenization shares were going to be held, but they never finished it, never did it.
And beyond all that stuff, like they bring up this thing that shows like 1 trillion shares or some shit, and like, oh, there's the synthetics, and you look at it and it's like, well, this instrument hasn't traded, like it only traded for a very limited amount of time. It's not real. You know,
these are people that have no idea what crypto and how crypto works. That was a third party
ERC20, yeah.
Token.
Yes. Yeah, the Ethereum wrapper.
Ethereum network.
Yes.
Right. With anybody can create. Like I can go and create, I can make whatever quantity I want.
And you can set it so that it mirrors the price of another security, right? So that it derives its value from AMC stock or whatever, right?
To originate, you can to originate it,
right?
But what it was is it's a scam. It's a third party. It has no correlation.
No correlation, right? So if you buy that,
market, any dickhead can make an E20 whatever token.
Correct. Yeah.
And name it whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
These idiots are saying that's all this. It has nothing. It's a scam.
Mm-hmm.
So many of them.
Right.
They're fucking retarded. They don't have
no every day and you can see them every day on Twitter too, where someone on Twitter is shilling another, shit coin with Elon's face. And everything.
God.
It's funny because Twitter lets them advertise too. It's just like
Twitter, what a fucking mess. Okay.
And there's no restrictions on the Ethereum network. Anybody can use any name, no copyright worries or anything of that.
Right.
And can put as many quantity as they want.
Right.
And you can see and start it out correlate it with whatever to start out the price.
Mm-hmm.
And whatever you have to have it paired to. I mean, it gets a little complicated. You have to have it paired to a stable coin and all that shit. But it's a pump and dump, and it's not anything with the market.
Right.
It has nothing to do with the stock market.
Okay, I want to end here with this last Casey Shaw thing. This is something that we joked about a lot here, and but it's just so ridiculous. This notion that he came up with, because he's such a market expert. He's got his own terminology. You said synthetic price failure, which it just tickles me to death every time I fucking hear this. Like, what the fuck?
I swear they come up with new terms and things all the
see
time for their bullshit.
The tweets I had put up there from when he tried to explain it to me what it was.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't. I don't know if I have that.
He swears like he coined the phrase and like it's legitimate.
That's a great. Well, see, that's an oxymoron right there. He coined the phrase, but it's legitimate.
Right, and the thing is, if you search for that, I mean, what do you get? Casey Shaw, Reddit, Casey Shaw. I've coined the term synthetic price failure. Here it is right here. He apparently did. But that's the only reference to it. I'm sorry, it's not legitimate. Like, no.
I'm sorry, this has not been peer reviewed.
No, it hasn't. Wait.
It's like his suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory of the squeeze or whatever the fuck.
Why did it not come up there?
Thing to the squeeze.
Oh yeah, right. It's a. I don't know why it's not coming up here. It's probably in one of the comments. It's collapsed.
Selling a stock right before it rallies, lol.
It's probably in one of the collapsed comments, possibly, where he responded to a comment, because it shows it there in the research results. But anyway, the point is, I searched for this long time ago to try to see if it was a legitimate thing, and no. Let's see. Can I? Is there a cache version?
The delegation. Who hates the new Reddit layout?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, I never use it. I don't know why. It's garbage.
The UI
it's like they're trying to make it more modern, and
yeah.
I just don't like it. I don't like the old original Reddit, but I don't like this new one.
Oh, I use that. Yeah, I'll use that anytime. Here it is. And look, it worked perfectly on the old design. Imagine that. Fuck you, Reddit. Learn from it. I've coined the term synthetic price failure. The backside of almost all big moves on securities or ETFs are proceeded by day over day falling volume and price dropping more than before the last run-up. When you see this, it's almost a sure sign that institutions want you to sell and are attempting to drive price in a manner like the Lord of the Manor, in which you become emotional about your trade. While the volume was dropping on 519, 523, the price closed down 3%. Just prior to the run-up, it was down 2.8. This is an increasing price failure on a run-up. Had volume been increasing and price moving down, this would have been your cue to exit. Cue as in line. The volume and price analysis dictates with falling volume and falling price, the next move should be bullish. The closing candle on 524 was a hammer. All signs were there, but you were tricked into selling early due to the SPF. The key to your answer is that feelings have no place in the market. You don't cope with anything you learn, and you move on and get better. Congrats on what you did make. The problem with that is that's not what he's doing. He's coming up with fucking terminology to explain market dynamics that he doesn't understand. That's what I see
also,
here.
Notice that he only got one. He has not gotten any additional karma. It's just one up point, which is what you get generically.
Yeah.
From. Go ahead and downvote that because fuck him.
Well, I don't know if I'm signed in, but I'm not signed in. But
damn it.
This is what he put. Look, he goes, everyone who's actually taken the time to learn how to track price correctly has ended up agreeing that the 20, 35, and 60% failures in price are shockingly accurate.
I don't know about that. I've never had.
I just find it that it's like if your theory was so great, why didn't anyone upvote it? I guess it wasn't so great.
If you're using social media and Reddit for investing advice, throw away your phone, iPad, computer. While there is some sound advice on Reddit, specific stock recommendations that are solid is extremely rare. This platform should be used for entertainment purposes only. Don't get me wrong. I've researched some of the stocks that people have mentioned here, only to laugh them off after doing so. This is in the stocks subreddit. So this is not ape territory here. This is, general stock market.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's right.
Yeah.
Like, and also on top of that, just.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is, like, that thing, what was it? The suck, what was it?
Suck bang.
Suck, squeeze, bang.
Right.
Everything he kind of like describes to know you're on the back end of the squeezing should sell, correlated with the fucking back end of the fucking squeeze, basically. You should have sold drop in volume.
Right.
Suck drops in price. You know what I mean? It's like, you're a fucking moron, dude.
Yep.
Ain't even listening to his own advice.
Right.
Even the most obvious things are conspiracies if you don't understand how they work. If you're bored, take a look at the GameStop or the XRT retail ETF, 110 January 2024 calls.
The FTDs were hidden in Brazil.
Oh God.
Oh my God, he has all the Al from Boston talking points, but he likes Adam Aron. Wow.
Dude, I got all the videos of that shit. Like,
this is like Bizarro World Al from Boston. I like it.
When you call him, like certain stuff he don't talk about anymore, like the Brazil thing. Like, he never admitted he was wrong. He never admitted they weren't there. After him saying like they were there, it's just now he just doesn't talk about it.
He does like what every one of these influencers does, is like once it loses its utility, he just stops talking about it and hopes no one notices. Yeah. And if someone brings it up, he just ignores it.
Like he told me, buy and hold, 100% effective, never has failed.
Oh God.
Effective.
Oh God. Yeah.
I'm like, because
it's not a fucking joke. Like, I actually fucking care.
Oh.
When you hear me getting really upset.
Here we got this guy here. Sorry. I didn't know that was going to play, but.
That was a perfect segue in, though.
Yep. Here's Jackie Letitz.
It's not a fucking joke. I actually fucking care. And when you hear me getting really upset with PP seeds about that stuff, it's not because I hate PP. It's not because I hate BBBY. It's not because I hate the people that are associated with that stock. It has zero to do with that. 0%. It has nothing to do with that. The reason I get so upset is because we have watched for 3 years guys like Astro, Matt Kohrs, Trade Trades. I could go down Pickle Guy, fucking gherkin it, jerkin it, douche. I could go up and down the fucking list. Morant's dickhead rants. I could go up and down the list, top to bottom. Every single one of them has lied to us and stolen our money. How much longer? How much longer do I have to wait and watch these guys steal our money before we eventually do something about it? Now I spilled my damn coffee. It's not a fucking...
That's what happens. You're letting those emotions. You got to listen to Casey Shaw. No emotions.
The question would be why do you keep falling for it?
Right. Yeah. You realize that you've been lying to me for 3 years, so kick him to the fucking curb. What the fuck? And by the way, also, maybe kick the fucking stocks that they recommended to the curb too. Like, why would you continue to invest in the fucking stocks that they lied to you about? Makes no sense.
The new wave thing for them to do is now blame they now turned on the influencers, but they still don't think they were wrong about their investment.
Right. Yeah.
They've taken no personal accountability, even though the grifters are pieces of shit and scumbags. I agree with them on that, but they take no personal responsibility in that. Their whole reason is wrong.
Yep.
Like their investment is just wrong, flat out wrong. They missed their chance, missed their opportunity, but they refuse to admit it.
Is this okay? So we're getting close to midnight here. Let's end it with this one. This is one you posted.
You for 3 years warning people about guys like me. Math. I'm trying to figure out why you didn't sell thousands of shares. Why did you buy them? I'm sorry, bag holder.
What the fuck? There's another one up here too.
Morant versus Morant.
Leak.
Like spy versus spy.
But it's in no way.
They can't close.
Oh, we heard that one. We heard that one. There was another one here, I think. I thought there was another one we didn't hear. GameStop's different. We already heard that. Shit, maybe I went too far. Jesus Christ. Fuck. Okay, now I'm in no man's land here. Grifter Malone, who's that? Is that on PP?
I posted a screenshot of my Twitter post on Meltdown and said, my charity can't thank you guys enough for all of your support. It's up there right now, so I hope at least 1,000 people here tonight go on the Meltdown. And
Okay.
They're going to definitely... I posted a screenshot.
I don't know. I don't know. Jackie's tired of being poor. I think we saw that last time. Oh, here we go. Here's some Morants. This is what Morants actually believe.
That's right. Because I'm going to explain to you why the stock keeps coming down. Pay attention.
What a dick. God.
GameStop. This little company people don't buy. Okay? Or people claim is dead. I don't care what you think about the company itself. Let's just take fundamentals off the table right now.
Of course, yeah, let's do that.
That GameStop is profitable, which they are. They make a profit.
No, they don't.
In the world can say that. They make a net profit. I'm telling you right now, not many can say that because at the level you're at and the influence people have, you can get hit many different ways here. I'll give you the case in point. Companies like Kohl's, Macy's. Who are the other ones that deal off of credit card fees? I had some other ones.
They live off of credit card fees. Oh, that's a new one. Really? Okay.
It didn't matter. These guys are only profitable because of credit card fees. They're not profitable because of operations. So right away, everybody wants to tag GameStop and say they're not profitable off of operations. They're only profitable because of interest rates. Okay, well, guess what? That's operations right now. It's cash on hand. Now, why don't these other companies have cash on hand? Why can't these other companies generate a profit? Why is it that AMC can offer up their company $2.25 billion worth of shares over the last 3 years and not have a single dollar to their name and or interest in the swing for a swing profit, whatever? Why can't they do this? Why are they losing $400 million a year or $396 million a year while Cinemark is making 3x? Don't know. Companies are made to fail. Companies are made to run this way. But let's talk about GameStop just from the investment standpoint. Multiple investors currently today in the media, on Reddit, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Steam, on Rumble, on Kick, I don't care where they're at. Multiple investors bet against GameStop. 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. They bet on the demise of a company that they believed every headline that said, this is not a profitable company. It's digital that's taking over, and this company's going bankrupt. Isn't it gone? Isn't it dead? Somebody just told me that yesterday. How could it be dead? It's profitable, and
wasn't GameStop supposed to be pivoting to digital?
Yeah.
Get out of this brick and mortar bullshit.
Yeah, but that came after the massive shorting, I think, right? That was in response to.
Yeah, that was.
Or like.
Yeah, but this is.
That was their pivot to come back, I guess, because it was clear they couldn't keep doing what they were doing. I mean, why in the fuck did anybody short them anyway? I mean, that's the thing that this guy doesn't get. It's.
But the funny thing is, he's bashing. He used to bash the brick and mortar, and they were getting out of it.
Oh, right.
And the e-commerce and all that shit.
That was the future.
GameStop is going
yeah.
The future.
Yep.
Now that that's failed, he's going back to mortars and sales.
Right.
GameStop isn't profitable because how did they get their money? I mean, they've been closing everything known to man, cutting back everything.
Right.
That's why.
Cutting benefits and everything.
Not because of, not because of sales or growth, but because of cutbacks and just
financial trickery. Yeah, trickery on the balance sheet. Yeah.
Right.
It's not
So when
not
you
or,
say they're
not legit.
profitable, that is operations. It's not.
Right. It's not from them buying goods and selling them to customers at a higher price to make a profit. That's not how they made the profit. Correct. Yeah.
Right. And now since the pivot failed, he's back to what he said was GameStop was supposed to be transitioning out of. So now brick and mortar and used video game sales are going to carry them into the future.
That makes
not only that, but this idiot now is suggesting that GameStop grow. How you going? Why?
Right.
The fuck? They just closed everything because of unprofitable.
And their pivot failed. Their pivot, which was retarded anyway, and the worst time to possibly do it, failed. It took them almost 2 years to build that fucking thing.
Yep.
You know, so I don't know what he's confused. He's lost. He's a man without a country.
And however much money they have, cash on hand, why the fuck don't they reinvest it into the company?
Well,
why are they looking to invest in other companies?
I would say because billionaire boy wonder ain't got nothing. He has no ideas. The best thing that they could come up with was NFT marketplace and a fucking store credit card that you can only use at that store. That's what he put his faith in.
AMC's credit card.
Yeah, at least you can use that everywhere.
You could use AMC's credit card anywhere that Visa was taken. GameStop's you can only use at GameStop, and you have to pay the full balance off at the end of each billing period, or you're hit with a 32% interest rate.
God. Yeah, store credit cards.
So
that you can only use at the store. They always.
We went over that in my live stream video, all the different things about it. I was surprised to learn that you could only use it at GameStop.
Yeah, that's shitty. That's shitty.
And then they try to make it like Amex, like the fucking you have to pay the balance off, or get hit with some.
Or you get, yeah.
And the interest rate is comparable to the AMC card. It depends on, because AMC is a variable interest rate, the GameStop one isn't. So it depends on what your variable interest rate is. And boy, howdy, did he not have a response to me pointing that out? That's like, you were shitting on the AMC card, but apparently the GME card is totally fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
They contradict themselves so much they forget shit that they've said in the past.
And
that's part of their gimmick.
Nobody ever calls him out.
All these live streams. He does all these live streams because he hopes you'll get lost in the sauce. You'll get buried and never be able to keep him accountable.
Right.
When you are able to keep him accountable, he can't even keep track of all the shit he said. That's why when you called him out about saying that I'm a professional because I get paid by YouTube, he had totally forgotten about that. It was brought up to him. Suddenly he had to do his big fucking mea culpa.
Yeah. Well,
he's never allowing anybody on stream to debate him again.
Oh, no.
Like PP and those guys.
Yep.
He's going to pick his battles a lot more carefully.
Yeah, he has to. I mean,
well, that was what was funny is his last live stream, not this one, but the one before that, was haters welcome. But he won't let anyone come on and debate him.
No, he won't.
Not even when you ask him a legitimate question that destroys his credibility. Like, you're a troll. It's not a troll when you're questioning or have proof otherwise of what you're saying.
And the thing about the questions that you ask, the questions that you guys ask, these are questions that legitimate people would ask. Like, hey, I'm losing all this fucking money. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I'm sorry, that's a legitimate concern. Like, if it's your money, it's your fucking concern. And if you're telling this guy's sitting there telling you that you don't have you can't. I've led you to this point. You've followed me to this point here. And now you're saying that you don't trust me, and he takes it as an insult? Like, what a fucking dickhead. And he's like, "Oh, just leave." Just kicks you out of Discord. Like, what the fuck? What a bitch.
The shit he had said about other meme cult grifters.
Yeah.
Like the BBY people, the fucking AMC people. He's doing the same shit when it comes to GME and his cult. He doesn't see that. Like the hypocrisy, it's amazing to me.
Raider Bo with the super cool Tyler Durden avatar says, all RC has done in 3 years is effectuate BCG's original plan of downsizing. Boston Consulting Group. Oh, they hate that one. It's true though. That's all they've done. Private equity. That's all private equity does.
They don't realize that RC is private equity.
Yeah.
That he is. I mean, he is. Whether you want to think he's good private equity or bad private, he's private equity. The fact that they can't even admit that. Just shows how delusional and ridiculous they are.
No, private equity is Apollo, man.
You think that this billionaire
KKR
has? It's like he somehow thinks this billionaire has their best interest in you know, at heart. And all the other billionaires.
This is the one thing that I think me and Scotty can agree on, regardless of our political affiliations. We agree that everyone usually has their best interest in mind, and not a whole lot of interest for everyone else.
It's
yeah,
human nature and capitalism.
Yep. Right.
If I don't know you personally, why am I going to give a fuck about you and hold a stock so you make money? If there's a chance I'm going to lose money.
Yeah, it's completely illogical. That's not how the world works. You know, it's not. And Bo said, private equity, let's go. I agree. This stream is sponsored by the Sons and Daughters of Private Equity, by the way, a nonprofit organization that does something. But anyway, okay. Let's let Morantz finish his bullshit.
$5 million worth of product.
Fucking ridiculous.
But okay. Everybody bet against it. Okay? Here's the bet. Now, as they bet against GameStop fundamentals keep going up. So as the price comes down on GameStop, they have to keep lowering the price because their collateral versus that short position is getting damaged. Now think about this, guys. I want you to think.
Oh, that whole argument. Okay, yeah, I love that one.
Morantz, you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist. Okay, watch this. Call me crazy. Tell me I'm wrong. The lower the price GameStop gets, okay, going down, the market, the SPY, the S&P 500, the stocks that are getting pumped are going higher.
What? Somebody say something there?
Yeah, I just said, oh my God. Real quick.
Yep.
GameStop short interest, when it squeezed in 2020, 2021, was like over 150%. Now it's like 20-ish%. That's why it ran on top of FOMO and all that. It was shorted almost 2x the share.
Right.
Outstanding shares. It's nowhere near that short interest now. So that tells you a shitload of shorts have closed.
Yep.
That's what led to the price explosion with FOMO on top. That's all I got to say. His dumbass thing that the shorts are underwater and it's a fucking retard.
Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah.
The data just doesn't show that.
No, it doesn't. And they like to say, well, the SEC report from October, said that shorts didn't close. No, it does not say that shorts did not close their positions. That's not what it says at all.
That was not the only reason for the
but they show a chart that clearly shows the short interest falling off a cliff after the fucking thing squeezed. So yeah, of course the short interest goes down. Of course shorts close their position. They took fucking profits. That's what they do.
The whole media outcry was, how can you be allowed to short a company more than one time, more than their share float?
Right, exactly.
So if the short interest is now only 20%, and it was like 150, 180, whatever it was, a shitload of shorts closed that caused a massive run up to multiple X the share price, and now it's come back to reality.
Yeah.
So he's completely false on his bullshit and thinking that the SPY is somehow weighted against GMC.
God.
But
Yeah,
I just had to say that. Go ahead.
Okay. No, you're good. All right. Go back here just a little bit.
The market, the SPY, the S&P 500, the stocks that are getting pumped are going higher. GameStop, S&P 500, GameStop.
Too bad.
Why? Because if GameStop if GameStop
I know why. I know that you are going to give me a false correlation versus causation episode here. He's going to claim that they're related because they're going in opposite directions, which is interesting. Things do move like that, but there's nothing to suggest that that's why this is.
Correlation does not equal causation.
It does not, and inverse correlation does also does not equal causation. So try again. This is like the fucking this is like basic fucking logical fallacies 101. Come on.
Yeah, the SPY is filled with a bunch of good companies, whereas
right,
one shitty company.
Yep.
That could be the.
And we see it all the time where, the heavily shorted stocks will go a certain way, sometimes with the market, sometimes without, against the market. It's normal. It's positioning and rotation. Yeah.
Even if GameStop turns around, it's never going to reach the price mark they need to break fucking even. It's not going back to the 30s.
Because that was
going back to the 40s,
right.
50s.
That was
no stimulus.
That was the meme influence. Correct. Right. Yeah.
People didn't have to pay bills or their rent because there was a moratorium. They were all sitting at home with free money, new trading apps.
Right.
The economic climate has changed. This shit ain't happening again. You're not going to get that run up. If he was telling people, if you buy in now, like if this was when he started at $10 and something, he said he believed it could go to like 12, 13 and then make a profit or something. I could see that.
Mm-hmm.
The shorts will close again. It could get another couple dollar run up. That's where you get the peaks and valleys.
Right.
But it's not going to, you're not getting a double 2x, 3x. It's not just not happening.
Not without those catalysts that we had before.
The reason we got that high was because of extraordinary situations.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. And you know what? That is a perfect opportunity for shorting something that is wildly overvalued. That's the definition. That's what you do. So shorting this shit was the right fucking trade. I don't care what any of these fucking clowns say.
They were right.
Caught on the wrong fucking side. That's all it is. It's all it is. These guys got caught on the wrong side. Period. That's it. They can't accept it.
Once in a lifetime things that happened to make the snowball effect is just unbelievable.
Yep.
They were right. The shorters were right. But everybody had free time on their hands, a lot of money, didn't have any bill concerns, and had a guy on the internet who was not a regular Joe Blow. He worked in finance. Keith Gill worked in finance.
Right.
Did streams telling it, breaking down everything. It caught on Reddit. Which another thing where they start yelling about collusion. If that isn't the biggest collusion ever.
Yeah.
We just got lucky that it was very decentralized collusion, or they'd all be in prison right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I'm not
not prison, but they would definitely be disgorging profits.
And that's all I care about. Give back the fucking money that you made by lying. I don't even care. They keep the stock profits. Give back the fucking ad revenue, the super chats, all that shit that you made off of lying and grifting. The fact that people made a living doing this shit blows my mind.
And still make a living.
It still do.
People like fucking Matt Kohrs is like my super villain of this.
Not Trey though, apparently.
Well, Trey fucking finally got his karma come up.
If we believe what he said, if we believe him, if we believe that, I mean, he could be full of shit. He could be living high off the hog, and we would none the wiser. So I don't know. I look at that skeptically.
People like
But you have people like Matt Kohrs who are still playing the same game, but he's pretended like he's gone legit, even though he still panders to apes and everything. He's
of course.
on fucking YouTube, I mean, not YouTube, but Yahoo
Rumble.
Finance and all this shit, and treated like he's some fucking stock expert when he's
You
a
know why?
fucking
Because
clown.
he signed that deal to Rumble when Rumble first came out.
Did he really?
was
Oh.
signing content creators. Yeah, he
No
signed
shit.
a deal with Rumble, and fucking that's why he's getting all the publicity and the push to mainstream media and shit.
Oh boy.
And he got a nice little check from Rumble, along with super chats, along with YouTube shit.
Yeah, $500,000 in super chats.
Semi-legit.
Yeah.
Act like he's getting real info.
He
Viewership has dropped.
He made more in super chats by the time that AMC squeezed in 2021 in June. He had already made by around that time when I started making videos in July or August. He had already made $500,000 in $400,000 in super chats.
He would sit there on stream and be like, "I'm not like he had a lot of viewers, right?" But how he originally started is he would piggyback off Trey. Somehow, like Trey was big, and somehow he would get on Trey's stream, and they would be together or whatever.
Right.
And he got the viewers from it. But he got so many viewers that his chat was going crazy, and he would be like, "I'm not reading anything unless it's super chat."
Jesus Christ.
Which, to be fair, if it's going crazy, yes, but
but these people
you
would
need
send
to
him
phrase it better.
$500 super chats, like back after
Christ.
back after back after back. It was retarded, dude.
Mm-hmm.
How much money he was making off that shit. $500 super chats like it was nothing.
Yeah, it's absurd. Okay.
And it can sound like I'm hating, but I mean he's a scumbag.
Right. Yeah.
I'd agree with that, because this is the guy that the reason I got onto him being a total scumbag was during the lawsuit when the first settlement was canceled. He put out a tweet that said, "Ape is the only. AMC was the only trade. It was the only trade." And then when the second settlement was approved, he flipped ship and was talking about Ape again. I'm like, "You fucking scumbag son of a bitch!
Mm-hmm.
You just follow wherever the wind blows, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Piece of shit."
He's the one that started. Like I think Lou was the original synthetics guy.
Yeah, I think so.
He was the one that started with this, that had the main viewership that pushed all that dumb shit.
Who was that now? Not Lou, but
No, Lou originated. I think Lou was the original.
yeah.
Synthetics guy.
Yeah.
And I think
he came up with it.
caught on to it.
Yeah.
And since he had a bigger platform, he started pushing that too.
Well, I mean,
And
he
started
had
pushing a
Wes
bunch of-
Christian on his fucking channel.
True.
Yep.
He did. Yeah.
Naked shorts and all that shit. He was pushing all that dumb shit, and his viewership was huge. So he was reaching a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
with
It was.
all that misinformation.
Yep. And a lot of those, most of the, I'd say, a good, I don't even know, but most of those people, they might still be holding, but they probably moved on from worrying about this every day. I'd have to imagine most of them did.
The majority.
Yeah.
You can see it in the numbers.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Lance likes to complain like YouTube's keeping him down, but no, it's not just him. Tony, any of the AMC people, GME people, even my channel, from the AMC lawsuit to now, I've had massive backslide on viewers.
Yeah. Well, it's just, there's not as much. There's nothing. What is there really to say? I mean, these guys just keep. Yeah, we can sit here and just let them dig their own hole, and that, let's let Moranis do it.
You know why? Because if GameStop went up,
I love this.
If GameStop went up, they would have to increase their position, and you can't. Where are you going to get more money? How are you going to keep increasing your collateral? The thing that offsets your long. For every short that they're short, they need a long. And their long's being pumped. It gets pumped with Bitcoin.
What?
It gets pumped with Apple.
That doesn't make any sense. What is he? No.
Why does he think that these two things are if-then statements, or that they're opposites? Like, my longs and shorts can go up and down independent of each other.
Right.
If your shorts are up hundreds of %, you don't need to add collateral if the price goes up. You
True. Yeah, because the price is still way down.
Nowhere near underwater.
Right. Yeah.
That
no
and
substantial. I'm sorry, let me correct it. No substantial short position.
Right, the ones that anybody's thinking about and worried about, the big hedge funds, yeah.
Right. The day trading ones from regular people and shit like, but the main ones, and again, it's only like 16% short interest right now.
On GameStop, yeah.
A lot of them have closed, and even the ones that are open, I doubt haven't taken profit.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since, again, the Fed rose interest rates, the thing we were talking about earlier. I'm setting in my position for free. Absolutely fucking free.
Yeah. So,
and it's been like, how long has interest rates been risen now?
Since 20...
over a year now.
Yeah.
Yeah, over a year.
20...
It's been like that for over a year, where it's a free
lunch.
Free play. Yeah.
Let's see here. Correlation coefficient, and we're going to do it on SPY. Says it's going to compare SPY to GameStop and give us this line down. Down here. So when the line is, if the value is at 1, then it means that they're correlated. They're going the same direction. If it's -1, then they're inverse. So they're going the opposite way. So, we could look at it.
Means that they're positively correlated.
That's correct. So, like for example, GameStop is going up in the candles and SPY is going up in the orange line. So we have it all the way here close to 1. And if it's at 0, it's neither correlated or inverse. It doesn't really hang out there. Or for example here, like more recently, the correlation was getting more negative as the market went up and GameStop went down. So it was correlated here, it says, pretty closely, because the market had gone up and GameStop had gone up here. But then it sort of, GameStop started going down, the market kept going up, and the correlation went off. Then right here, it kind of came back. But now it's down here, and maybe it's going to come back. So, yeah, it's not exactly the opposite. It's not whenever the market goes up, GameStop goes down, or vice versa. Nope, that's not the case. Sometimes they go together. Sometimes they go opposite. Most of the time, they're somewhere in between. But most of the time, at least historically, back into 22 and 21, they hung out in the positive correlation area, which means that if GameStop went up, then the market was probably going up too. So fuck you, Marantz, you're wrong.
Because go figure that the major market index that determines what people...
Correct. Right. Yeah, even though the GameStop's not in the S&P 500, and it won't be, crucially, it will not be, but it doesn't matter because, that basket has a lot of exposure, everywhere. And everything is in multiple ETFs, cross-pollinated or inbred, you might say even. So, all you got to do is look at a fucking chart and know to put this indicator on, because you can look at it and you can say, oh, it looks like, it's going the same way. Or like the ants trades thing. It tracks perfectly. It's tracking No, it doesn't. It didn't even look like it was tracking perfectly to me. Well, you put the correlation coefficient on, you can easily see. It might hang out up there, but it's swinging back and forth. So fuck you.
In Morantz's defense, he only uses the minute chart. So
oh, right.
Oh my
could have
God.
been fooled by like an hour correlation.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Because he don't look at anything past the hour chart.
Yeah. God, all right.
God forbid.
Well, unless he needs to hide the after hours, then he'll look at the daily chart.
Then you put the daily on.
Hide the after hours on that
right.
earnings dip.
Like when you dumped after the close, right? Because it won't show that. Yep. Okay, almost done. God damn. What a waste of time.
Nvidia gets pumped with the next blue chip. Algorithms work this way. What do you think happens?
No, they don't. No, I'm sorry. Algorithms work the way that they were programmed. Just like a computer. Computers don't do anything. There is no artificial intelligence. It has to be fed something. Even now. So, no, algorithms don't work that way. Trading works. Traders have programmed it to work that way.
Figure out an algorithm. They need to stop with all that bullshit.
Oh, yeah. There's no way.
Curious since they don't know how the algorithm is programmed, what the formula is, they can always say, this unknown entity.
Right. Oh, the algos are pushing it down, clearly. No, well, maybe they are, but, I mean, who cares? The price is going down. Like, why don't you just take it for what it is?
Exactly.
The price is going down. I mean, I suffer from the why and wanting to know why and how, too. But the reality is, and this sucks, but it's true, you'll never fucking know. If you're waiting to figure out why or who or how, you can't know that. You cannot know that, which is why half of the shit they talk about is stuff that nobody could ever know. So they don't know it.
This is
no fucking way.
Me and Scotty, if you're in the Telegram chat, scream about all the time. But the fact of the matter is, even if we had some relative idea, there are so many inputs into the stock market.
Yes.
That even if we had accidentally tripped over the correct answer, we probably wouldn't fucking know it.
I heard that Goldman had the CPI data ahead of time. I heard that Goldman today had the CPI data ahead of time. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard. I don't know.
I doubt it.
I mean, I honestly, I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know whether to know that if that's a realistic thing or not. That's how clueless I am. So, but the point I guess I would make, am I going to, okay, I heard that Goldman got the CPI in advance. So then I should go try to figure out what the hell Goldman's doing and then do that before. No, absolutely not. That is not what I'm going to do at all.
I could have told you. Well, I think what's more accurate, what happened is like before the CPI dropped the day before, told you all what was going to happen.
Well,
I bet energy is going to be a huge component and it's going to come in hot. And what was it? Energy was a huge component and it came in hot.
All you need, but I mean, but that's, you can see that in the numbers though. Like that's, I mean, but
like all I had to do was look at USO and know, wow, energy has been up since December on a huge rocket. Gee, I wonder if that's going to affect the consumer price index.
Since last week, the gasoline stocks, last week they were down 4.2 million. Now they're up 750,000. I mean, doesn't seem like a ton, but I mean, you went from being negative, all that negative, that's where the big part is. It's over 4 million, you know, from negative to zero plus 700,000. So, and the consensus was it was still going to be negative, still going to be down, and it was up. So it was up, it was down by a lot. Now it's up by a little. That's a big change in 1 week. Yeah. Now,
pumping a lot of oil and making
all these memers. They've got to understand, as a retail trader / investor, you're not moving the market. You don't dictate where the market goes. You've got to react. That's
well,
how
the problem is that they were told in 2021, even by mainstream media, which I don't know why anybody would listen to them, especially about finance. Give me a fucking break. Especially CNBC. That it's the Reddit revolution. Well, that was Charles Payne, another winner. But, you know, retail investors have reshaped the market. The power dynamic has shifted. All that was garbage. And we said that in 2021 at the time. We said it on this channel. Nobody else said it. They were all too busy licking Charles Payne's fucking balls. And
which is exactly what he wanted because he's a grifter.
Exactly. And, you know, these fucking petty fights that Trey had with Charles Gasparino. I mean, how ridiculous. How fucking utterly stupid. And that tells you right there that this guy has no fucking clue. And I'm talking about Trey, by the way, because Gasparino has been right the whole fucking time. Whether you like him or not, he's been right. So, I mean, so have we, every one of us here, also called this to a T. So, I mean, it's not that fucking hard. I'm not that smart. Not by a long shot. So, anyway, I really want to get through this Marantz.
Just let their greed and arrogance.
Oh, yeah. That's been the downfall of many a smart person, right? It's human nature.
Just take the profits when they're there.
And if it's only $100,
generational wealth and all this dumb shit.
If it's only $100, that's $100 you didn't fucking have. Now you have it, and now you can take that $100 and use it to make more money. or you can, preserve it and save it for a rainy day. But $100 versus massive unrealized loss. I mean, come on. And these people that say that they still would do the same thing, well, they're lying. I think they're
everything they're getting.
They're lying, or they're completely brainwashed. Either way, they deserve what they're going to get. They've already gotten it. They don't realize it. They still think they've won. They're just going around telling people that we've actually won. I mean, delusional.
For 3.5 years, the same investors, over 193,000, have been buying shares for 3.5 years.
That's not true. No. How do you know it's 193,000?
That's just like saying AMC still has the same form.
4.5. Yeah. How many was it? Two. I forget how many they used to say. 4.1 million shareholders or something. That's what Adam Aron said in April of 2021, and they still say that.
People have sold. You know how? Because back in 2001, I was a shareholder and I sold.
Yes.
Plenty of people have.
We had so many people come in here and say that. Yep. Everybody here, yeah.
This is the big problem is that apes have. Not like all apes are retail investors, but not all retail investors are apes.
Right.
So, but they assume that.
They assume that they are.
Apes.
You got people out there that hold AMC shares that have no idea about any of this. They don't give a fuck because they hold it in a long-term portfolio for some reason, or it's part of a whatever, or they're exposed to it through ETFs or whatever, that they don't know and they don't care. And they're a retail investor. And they could not tell you what Moass is to save their lives because it doesn't matter to them.
Individually, and all they saw, it went up really big, and they wanted a piece of that action and got the fuck out.
Well, yeah, that's probably more likely. I don't know any. Yeah, not really. Movie theater stocks, I have to say, not on my radar before this whole thing. But
no,
neither was GameStop either.
I think they were saying.
I guess that's the point.
That the shares of AMC were going to go to over $100,000 per share.
Well, yeah,
1 million from our friend Al from Boston.
Yeah.
And remember how diluted it was back then?
Oh, it had been diluted 5x like since they got in it, and which they also didn't realize. Which is another thing that you can show. TradingView is the best because you can do all this shit. This is fantastic. Look at this. I can take AMC, and we can look at it here on a weekly fucking chart, and I can literally bring in the fucking size of the float right here in a goddamn chart, like a underlying chart here. And we can see, and it's probably better actually. It's different now because it's all funky because of the reverse split and whatever. But you can still see that it was, the float was 5 fucking million in 2019. At the end of 2019, it was 5 million. And by 2022, that motherfucker was damn near 60 million shares. This is quarterly, or this is yearly. It's a yearly thing. I don't know if they have quarterly on here actually, but no, we only have annual. That's okay. But before, when it was the float was recalibrated the other way, you would see, you saw that line, you saw it go up as the price went down. The float went up. Now that's economics 101 right there. That is supply and fucking demand. That's monetary inflation. That explains everything right there. That concept. To me, to my, amateur economic mind.
That AMC and Adam Aron are diluting to save their hedgy friends and all this. No, the company needs capital.
Oh yeah. Well,
capital to survive.
Where did I see this? I saw something that said it benefits companies to devalue their own shares. Wasn't it Casey Shaw that said that? Yeah, it was. He said that in his reply. The Reddit thing.
He asked where money went. He asked, do companies benefit from devaluing their own stock?
Right.
He gave some example, a theoretical example.
Bullshit. Yeah.
Fucking retarded.
Yes. They're shorting their own stock.
These aren't privately owned. Well, private. I mean,
but they're not in. Yeah, they're not investing. The only company that's doing that.
They're not privately owned.
Correct. Right. The only right and well, I was going to say, like, is AMC buying securities? Are they buying and holding securities of anything? Like, oh, they have the Highcroft, whatever, but that was like an offering that they bought, you know. So that money went to the Highcroft company. They're not going out like Ryan Cohen and buying, you know, fucking Bed Bath and Beyond shares. Like, they're not doing that. So anyway, yeah, it's retarded, but it's. What do you think is going to happen? And then nobody was saying this. Even I wasn't. I wish I had thought about this in 2021. And two, like, okay, you got this float that is massively increased. Like, okay, that's economics 101. And the price has gone down. Now, the price has gone down partially because of that quote-unquote dilution, because you got a massive supply now. But it also went down because it was fundamentally overvalued massively. Okay, so you got two factors at least bringing that down. How now you're saying it's going to go up higher than that? Well, you have a float that's 5 to 6x higher now. You're fighting 600% dilution. Okay, so that means it has to go up even more. Plus, the fundamental overvalue has come out, and that's not going back in. That was the irrational exuberance part from COVID. That's done. Hope you got your piece of it, because that's it. That's all she wrote. So not only are you fighting massive dilution, you're fighting a market that is not so willing or able or willing and able to pump endless amounts of money into brain dead fucking companies. Now they're pumping it into, well, a brain dead NVIDIA. Well, okay, but that's one company that actually produces something, that has something they can point to, and that experienced massive growth. And now I don't agree with the pump. I think it's way overdone. But they did something. AMC did nothing through it. What did they do? They reopened their doors. Oh, great. So let's reward them. No, that's not how it works. I wish I had thought about this.
For a unique service or a unique product.
And to their credit, they've tried with the meetings at AMC, you know, or popcorn. They're doing something at least, and that's more than GameStop has done. GameStop, they tried the NFT at the worst possible time. But not only... Yeah.
AMC did that because at the time, the insiders still held shares, and they were trying to get the fuck out.
Oh, yeah.
With as much...
For sure. For sure, but the tragedy...
You know, extend the...
Yeah. Right,
but
right.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, GME refuses to even...
No, they're sitting on a pile of cash. They're sitting on a pile of cash. Great. That's fucking great. Mother hen here sitting on a fucking egg. What's it going to hatch into? Nothing. What are they going to do with that money? What can they do with it now? They can start a whole second GameStop. Oh, great. They're not going to do shit. The time has passed. They blew their load on a failed NFT market. That's what I see there. And the market is going to naturally, the video game market's naturally going to purge them because there's not going to be no use for GameStop. No use. There already isn't.
No, more and more people
it's going to turn
using their consoles.
Did you guys have
their games downloaded?
Right. Because that's how
See, they're not even with that player thing or whatever. They're not going to overtake Steam.
No,
when it comes
never.
To PC gamers.
Nobody cares about that shit. Do you guys, either of you guys have a retail store around you called Buybacks Entertainment or, what's the other one? Play It Again, or no, like a used video game store.
Vintage stock.
Okay. Or there's a couple other chains, I think, but yeah, it's like a used video store or used game store. You trade. It's the used trade section of GameStop only in a store, and you know that will be what GameStop is. That is GameStop's future, is a used video game exchange. That's it, for a limited time.
It changes things.
But if it changes things up,
I've given,
but then you're starting a new company. But then you got a new company that there's no promise of anything.
They're 3 years into RC's tenure. They've already
They haven't done anything, right?
A major plan fail.
Right.
How much more?
And that was
the market going to allow for them to?
And especially
And also the other thing with the example that I gave of game exchange. Every game exchange I've been into is 2 to 3 times the size of your local GameStop store, and they don't just do video games. They do video games, they do trading cards, they do, the collectible stuff, and they also have like records and movies. It's like they realize that there's diminishing returns on this old stuff. So you got to be able to give people a large selection or you're fucked.
Right. And at some point, well, do they sell consoles? Do they sell game systems? At some point they'll sell those, and at some point, there's market for vintage game consoles like Ataris and stuff. Like, there's definitely something there. But the problem with that is I can find somebody in California selling exactly what I want at a price I'm willing to buy it for on eBay, or whatever, what have you, whatever site, Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist even.
Mentioned it.
That exists already. It's not revolutionary though.
One of the other things that led to GameStop's explosion in 2021 was the fact that someone had brought this up, the consoles.
Oh.
New consoles only come out once every 7 years. So that was perfectly timed. That whole roaring kitty shit.
Because that was at the low point, like console and the console cycle.
It was right before the new consoles, new PS, and the new Microsoft was coming out.
I gotcha.
Xbox.
Yeah.
You only get that once every like 7 years or so.
Right. And didn't they take the
consoles and shit? Those are expensive.
Right. Well,
that's why I suggested what GameStop should do is that they should have like there's all this like old PC stuff floating around that's good. You could still do PC gaming on it and have a reasonable gaming experience, and you could build a budget PC, which is a market that's sorely needed right now. That would be at the price point of a console. All you need to do is put it in a gamer-esque case, and I'm sure that you can have like some factory in China, someplace in China, print it out for you and make
I can't believe that GameStop doesn't have those. Like those little, it looks like a mini Nintendo, like original Nintendo, and it's got like every Nintendo game on it. It's a little ROM thing.
Issues with doing that.
You gotta pay copyright.
Sure.
And all that shit.
Yeah, the ones I'm talking about are you buy on eBay or Amazon, and they're under the table, whatever. Yeah.
GameStop should do.
But they could do that. Yeah.
Like that, where they could make their own emulator and put out all those games.
Yeah.
In a new.
It's not the same as like rights on new games.
If they kept Reggie Fils-Aimé on the board instead of pushing him out the door.
Yeah. Well, and
you also gotta wonder too, all those hires like Furlong and everybody.
Yep.
That they were heavily touted coming over, and how they've all left. You gotta wonder like how fed up they got. Like, man, this motherfucker don't listen to shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's the big problem that I've said. That's the big problem I've said from the start. I mean, since recently, at least. My problems with management. If Ryan Cohen hasn't thought of the idea himself, he don't want to hear anything outside of what he wants to do.
And he's not even communicating anything. He's communicated nothing to shareholders or the world even. So why would anybody want to buy this company? That's my question to Marantz Rants. Why in the fuck? I get that you're excited about it because you believe in Ryan Cohen. That's great. That's good for you. That's fantastic. That's admirable. Even maybe it's weird, but I'm not. I don't believe in him. I don't know anything about this other than what you've told me, and that's fine. I'm going to verify it. But why should it garner all this support and attention? I mean, outside of Ryan Cohen, I mean, don't even go down that road. Don't even go down. There's nothing. What is it?
Why is it that
the thing?
Gamers hate GME?
Yeah.
Why is it that employees hate GME?
Oh God.
Why is it that customers hate GME? The
It's
only ones that
hated.
can give GME any type of chance are the apes.
Well,
Customers,
and what's
gamers,
really
Yeah.
what's really funny is how they treat how the apes treat the employees like fucking serfs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Bitch,
yeah,
make
yeah.
me my money.
Right.
Crying about wages. Oh, you lost your benefits. Big deal.
What? Yeah. What in the hell?
Acting like the 1% that they hate.
Right. But well, that they in their minds they already because they're already part of the 1%. But I saw this. Lynn put or no who Manuel had to be Manny. He put this. This is an auction. Liquidation auction for the GameStop distribution center that we were talking about earlier in York, Pennsylvania. And so this auction ends on April 16th. And you can bid on items here, and it's pretty cool. They're selling everything.
Marantz was touting
Yeah.
when they got that.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I don't know how big the facility is. It's just the equipment inside. 5 days left.
Mentioned shit about it closing.
Then they got, the whole like conveyor system, everything, all this stuff, custom shit. These forklifts here.
Pickers that were down there at the bottom. I see those all not the same model. And
Yeah.
everything, but they're like all over the warehouse that I work at.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder
Yeah.
How many of those are gonna pop up? At
These
my
are
warehouse.
these are not thin little forklifts that fit through the aisles and they'll go up high and you can get high pallets off and stuff. And so this is this forklift essentially is used in a warehouse, and it says it's from year 2022. And I work with this kind of stuff, so I've got a little bit of experience. And so I'm looking at hours, 462. Okay, that's the number of hours that this machine has been run. It's like this is the odometer essentially. Okay,
right.
This machine is about 2 years old, 1.5 years old. Even if it was 1 year old, the industry standard, the industry standard is anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 hours a year on these machines if they're used. In a normal 8-hour day, that's about 4 hours of use a day. 462 out now. Granted, they have a few. This one only has 181 hours on it. 420, 630, 771. Okay, this is actually a pallet. It's a little bit different. Okay, but out of these,
Oh yeah, that's one of those two. That's one of those pallet jacks that can hold two.
this is or a long ass pallet. But yeah, so these are cool. But I mean, even these 400 hours, 500 hours. This one has 1,000 hours. But that's how much were they, this warehouse? They just set this up recently. This warehouse was new.
Barely.
What they put all this fucking shit in this warehouse. It did not even get fucking used. Like they barely.
Massive discounts, I bet.
Yeah, they barely scratched the surface. If you look at this pallet of stretch wrap. I mean, this is hilarious. How many pallets? How many of these do you think they used in the total amount of time that they were open? That this place was open? It's missing 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe half a dozen rolls out of it. This is probably the first one they got, and they used that much, and they're closing it now. That's how shitty GameStop is. That right there. That tells me.
Goof like this on such a failure.
It's ridiculous.
Fucking ostracized and catching heat from their shareholders.
It's ridiculous, man. I mean, that's absurd.
That GameStop pissed away during this failed transition shit is amazing.
Oh, look at this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these order picker aerial safety platforms. Okay. Now, every one of these here says new / never used. Every one of them, never used. Yeah, I believe it. Looks brand new. Yeah, perfect. That is a perfectly brand new piece of equipment that has never been rolled from that location, I bet. Look at that. The treads, safety treads are perfect. There's not even any dust on there. Amazing. Like, that's wild. I can't, it's like,
The paint even looks fresh.
yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful warehouse. You should see mine. It's ours. It's embarrassing compared to this. Like, what the fuck were they doing?
Even
How are
if
they
you're
not
pro
revolting?
GME and you believe in GME and you're an investor, how are you not angry?
All
or
those blue containers there, they look fucking brand new. Too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. They're only $1 a piece.
Like, how do you not hold RC's feet to the fire with this?
I don't know. I mean, that looks pretty fucking immaculate.
No wonder the employees why they hate.
Like, yeah. Now, granted, you're paying 18% internet premium and all this kind of stuff. There's a lot of fees, and this is a lot of 96 of these things. Now, you might be tempted, and this is the grift here. It's not really a grift, but you got to know what you're looking at. This is 96 quantity opening bids for $1. That's not for all 96, though. That's per item. So, really, this is a $96 bid you're making here. You're bidding $1 on a $96 lot a piece. So, it's not as good a deal as you think it is, but it's still a good deal. But anyway, that blew my mind to see that equipment, all this equipment on here.
All those U-boats.
Oh yeah, U-boats, canvas carts, mail carts. I mean, these things, yeah. This is canvas. These get dirty when you use them. Those are brand fucking new. Those are brand new. They barely have any like.
They built that center, didn't they?
They did, yeah. I think so. I don't actually. I don't know.
From scratch.
I don't think so. I think I looked at the location. I found it, and I believe that they. Let me see if it's got, because it does have a viewing period. You can go look at this. Yeah, here it is.
It's a good way to
here it is.
maximize your views. You know what would be a good way to maximize your
not make the streams 45 hours long.
Once it's done loading up, you should re-download it and just cut out the section we're talking about all the stuff they're selling and just look at how immaculate it is and go like, guys.
Oh yeah,
guys.
You know what? That's a good idea. I like that because it's not. I thought you were going to say go in and cut the whole thing up into clip, and I'm like, that would take days. But one clip might be able to handle doing one. I don't know actually. I thought that this was a part of a multi-tenant warehouse. This is pretty fucking big for just GameStop. Really?
Yeah, this looks about as big as the warehouse that I operate out of on deliveries.
I could have swore they said they were building their own.
Well, it says GameStop there.
That one or
it's got to be. I think you're right.
Bigger. They got 59 trailer ports. It's a massive facility.
I mean, they don't have. I'm looking for the GameStop logo on this side, and I don't see it. But what is that? That's something else there. Oh, GameStop. No, it's on the end. It's on the end right there. GameStop. That. Wow. And this is not their This is not their corporate headquarters.
Massive.
Yeah.
Give you an idea how massive that facility is. The distribution center I work out of has 24 trailer ports. This has 59 on one side of the building.
Wow. Oh well, now we're in somebody's house.
All for GameStop that was out of that building.
That's what I'm trying to find here. I think so though. I think. I mean, there's no other names on the building, and it looks new. I mean, this is new construction. I mean, look at this. I mean, you can tell this parking lot's brand new. All this is new. Yeah, they must have. Why would they? They must have had that in like it must have already been planned for or something, right? Like they planned in years in advance for this shit.
Before Ryan Cohen, yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, you know, you go on these type of places and you see reviews here, and you know what most of this is. These are truck drivers here, which is interesting. They put a review telling about what it was like delivering here or picking up from here, which is it's fascinating. I never knew that they did this, but they used the reviews part of a lot of. If there shouldn't be reviews at it, like I was like a wholesale grocer or something like that I was looking at once, and it had all these reviews. I'm like, what the hell? And then I look at it and it's pictures of the dock and guys saying, man, this is terrible. And the staff's never there. You got to bang on the door. And God, if it's icy and snowy, you're going to fall and break your neck. It's useful information, I think, for drivers. Like, they unload for a very long time, waited 8 hours for the doors to be given, and 2 + 2 hours unloaded.
Something to remember.
No toilet.
Truck drivers.
No toilet.
Truck drivers are.
Yeah.
These truck drivers are probably over the road drivers.
Yeah.
So they get paid by how fast they get things from point A to point B.
Yes.
So when they say it's 8 hours waiting for something,
that's
fucking
absurd.
Out of their paycheck, so they're fucking pissed.
Now this guy said unloaded in 10 minutes. So the seal must be broken by GameStop employee. Well, that's probably a good policy. But that's probably
That's how it works at our place.
that's how it works most. Well, yeah. I mean, at least we're going to check for it.
Where they make you break the seal, but
Right, but you're going to do it in their presence, yeah. I mean, you don't...
I thought they were going to turn it into an Amazon.
Apparently so, yeah. 1 year ago, fast unloading.
see how massive this is. Like we saw.
Oh, it's
on the
huge.
other side stopped at 59. In this picture, you can see 75.
How many did you say?
100. Both
Yeah.
sides counting 100 depot slots. That's
Right.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, it goes essentially the whole length on both sides, it looks like.
Yeah, you're right when you say that.
Well-
they had to have thought that they were going to be doing like Amazon.
See, they
type
don't-
deliveries out of this.
They aren't using, I mean, it looks like most of these weren't even set up to be used, though. Like, they don't have the threshold. I mean, they only have the threshold on a few, like one, you know, so not that they wouldn't, but
Because like there's some places that I've delivered to that I'm not a semi driver.
right.
Semi thresholds, and sometimes they don't have thresholds.
Sometimes they don't, yeah. But, like, they do there.
You would think at a brand new facility like that, you'd have the threshold at every.
Right. Yeah, interesting. It's interesting what you can glean from looking at this type of imagery, or, you know, just, I don't know, we call it whatever, operational security. You can find out a lot. You can get a lot of information about places and people and things from just observing.
I also don't know when was the last time that this Google Maps photo.
November 2023. I've got it right there. It says November 2023.
Okay.
Yeah, and you know, you can get previous imagery too. This is from 2024. Oh, you know what? Here, how about this? How about it? Oh yeah, how about a 3D? Oh yeah, look at that, beautiful. Okay, so now there's some trucks here now. This is from this year sometime. Oh look, there's a dumpster. Like a dumpster, a roll-off dumpster they got here with a bunch of shit they're throwing away, liquidating, getting rid of shit. Why would they be doing that? I wonder. Wow, this whole... Goddamn. That's fucking ridiculous. There's another roll-off dumpster right there.
And we see a lot more on this side, so they finished putting it on one side.
Yeah,
the other,
right.
The thresholds.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit.
What sort of actual like they had, because you see it gets up to the hundreds here.
120. This is 120 right here. 120. So it's like 100. It's like damn near 130. Yeah, 130. Just under 100 is another dumpster. 130.
And this side has most
dock
of the
bays.
thresholds where the other side didn't, so you
Yeah.
can tell how much.
Well, they also got a lot of shit parked over here, too. Like, they got a lot of shit just hanging out. These FedEx. I don't know why. That's an intermodal. It looks like possibly
that could have been some of their outgoing deliveries.
That's a shipping container right there. It looks like.
Yeah.
That's a Connex box. Anyway, yeah, we're totally nerding out here. That's fine, and that's fine.
Yep.
But you know.
There's your roll-up platform for your like Sprinter vans right there.
Right here, yeah. Oh yeah.
No, right, yeah, that.
Right here, yep, yeah.
That would be the stuff that like. we do.
Right. No, it looks like it looks like a great fucking facility. I mean, little bit. I mean, I can tell you right now, it's not air conditioned. That's gonna suck. But you don't have anything up here. You got air conditioning in the offices. That's it. That's it right there. You don't have shit. You got some vents, but that's
I mean,
that's no good.
Not like that they're having to. Cool
No.
things like at a-
No. I'm trying to figure out how big this place is. We got the address.
Well, I know that it's.
Yeah. Let's see here. It's probably on LoopNet or something like that. If it's for sale, it would be on somewhere. Yeah, there it is, right here on LoopNet.
How much square footage?
Holy shit! Way more than I thought. Oh my god, 708,000 square feet. Whew. That's a lot. 750,000 square feet. To me, that's pretty big. Wow. 127 exterior dock doors.
Okay, to give you an idea, the square footage. Oh, that's the Kansas City one. Never mind.
Man, they really thought they were going to be doing a shitload of business.
Yeah, I mean, it says First Logistics Center. So, you know, it could be that maybe they were just like an quote, like a anchor tenant of sorts here and at this logistics center, and they were going to be the main tenant, and then there would be other, you know, or maybe it became the First Logistics Center after GameStop said, hey, we can't use this, and then they spun it off as something else, and I don't know if they built it
So to give you an idea
and own it or what.
of square footage,
Yes.
the distribution center I work out of is 50,000 square feet. It has
Yeah.
25.
That,
Yeah, this
trailer
couldn't
truck
just
spots.
be GameStop. That would be like Amazon.
And that's for a food distribution.
right. Yep. I don't know what this is. Continental Automotive 20. Let's look at Showcase. That's a commercial search. Okay. This is just a Federal Mogul Corporation. Okay, that might have been that could have been an old warehouse there. There probably was other shit possibly here. Year built 2013. It says. I don't know if that's. Maybe it looks newer than that to me, but maybe it is. I don't know.
It probably still looks pretty new if it hasn't gotten much use.
But I don't think GameStop's been there for that long. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Well, it could have come in after.
State of the art. It says 2013.
Wow, 700.
708. Date updated April 7th, and that's recently.
So that's like that would like devour the distribution center I work for and not even give a shit.
Yeah.
Like
There's
that's,
nothing running
that's
out
an
of it
order of magnitude larger than the place I work out of.
What's that, Bad Back?
There's nothing running out of it now.
I can't find anything really. I mean, if you go to the map, you know, it shows.
I would assume it can't just be only GameStop.
If you go to the map and like you know, Penske Truck Rentals over here.
There are no other tenants other than GameStop, but that would explain why we didn't see the bracer for the trailer on half the building, because GameStop's only using a portion of it, because there's no way it needs all of that 700,000 square feet. No.
Oh yeah, no. Let's see.
Until you looked up the size, I was thinking maybe it was theirs.
Yeah.
But when you said the size, there's.
I mean.
No way.
And it's like, well, okay, this building has been here apparently since 2013. You know, who was using it before, and when did GameStop come? I'm not quite sure, but
yeah, and that gets me back to it, because
20.
the distribution center I work out of is 50,000 square feet, and we're like the number 2 food distributor in the United States. But you're telling me that little GameStop is there's no way they're using all of that 750,000 square feet or whatever.
Well, yeah, I don't think so. I don't see how that's.
That's got to be like a multi-hub type shit.
Well, here's the real estate record. See, normally Manuel would do stuff like this, but here it is. 20 Leo Lane. Industrial. 55 acres. That's what we saw in the other one. Owner. First FR Leo Lane Property Holding L. Of course, it's a property trust. It's probably just the land down here. Hay Street Property. I mean, so it's nothing here is in GameStop's name. I'm not seeing any new construction. 2014, 23 million. I mean, resident, nothing in that. Commercial. Warehouse. Oh, here we go. Commercial. Building 1.
GameStop is the only tenant.
Yep. GameStop is the only. Well, unless. Yeah. Nope. Yeah. Warehouse. 708,000. Concrete. Wet sprinkler system. That's current tax.
Well, now I understand why they sold it, because there's no, or they're
getting rid of. Yeah, they're
using all of that square footage. There's no way.
No, I mean, well, if they have material handling equipment in there that has not been used, or if they're with that little use on it, there's no way. They've had to just been using a quarter of that warehouse or something. Now they did have this whole. I mean, and this is crazy, and I'm gonna end it on this because this is wild and it's getting late. But they got this whole order. How did I get to those large photos? Here. Look, this is the picture that can give you a sense of the scale of this warehouse. This is what they had set up in there. Now, this is wild. This is crazy. Look at this thing. This is a complete, system here. I mean,
where is this located?
York, Pennsylvania. It's over by Philly. I mean, I hope that's okay. You can see those. Okay, yeah. I mean, that is massive. Like, so maybe they would look at this
fulfillment network with new facility in York, Pennsylvania.
When?
3rd of 2021. A new
20,000
700,000 square foot site to support transformation. GameStop announces transformation in North America Fulfillment Center through its lease of a 700,000 square foot fulfillment center in York.
They're leasing the whole
Yep.
thing.
They leased the whole fucking thing. They did.
Is expected to begin operation by the fourth quarter of 21.
It
looks like it was GameStop's.
But you said they signed a lease, so they were the only tenant there. I thought heard you say that. But
I don't think it says lease. It says GameStop today announced the expansion of its North American fulfillment network through its entry into a lease of a 700,000 square foot fulfillment center in York, PA.
So this is
Expecting big things, and that did not pan out.
right. So
It was in May of 21.
they've got their inventory section over here with all their bins, and then they've got, the order fulfillment section over here, and so maybe they must have had it set up. I mean, that's pretty ambitious. Wow.
Yeah.
And this is before Ryan Cohen, right? I mean, he was a shareholder, but he wasn't.
No, they said it expanded it in 21. So that was before he was CEO.
Right. Before, yeah.
But that was,
Yeah, before he had any, he wasn't even not on the board or anything, right? He was just a shareholder, correct?
yeah, but I think he was a huge shareholder.
He was a
I
director.
don't know if that would have been his call.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know
21, yeah.
how much he was involved with this or not, but except for closing it down,
He was on the board at best.
maybe I can't remember when he was put on. It doesn't matter, but and these pictures were taken. I'm guessing, once it was already. I mean, obviously, they weren't doing anything here. There's nothing here, no product, nothing. Like, it's totally just bizarre because it's so barren. Like, when would you ever see that?
Pristine.
Like,
Everything just looked.
here it is in use. Here's the system in use right here with boxes with shit in them coming down the lines. That's what it, and there's stuff back here in the stacks. That's way different. Now it looks like this. it almost looks like it's photoshopped in there, but it's not. I don't think. But
I
that
put the link in the
bizarre. Okay.
to the news article.
Okay. Yeah, that's the same area. We're looking at the same exact area. I'm looking at all this down here. Like, it's there, all that same shit. So, like, this is at decommissioned, and this is before that. Yeah, wild.
The PA warehouse
Okay.
operation that opened in 21 to close.
Okay.
Video game retailer GameStop opened a massive fulfillment center along Interstate 83 in York in 21. And now the 700,000 square foot center at 20 Leo Lane.
Ah, yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Wow. E-commerce and fulfillment needs. So this was supporting e-commerce. Okay.
Yeah, this was supposed to be part of their transition, their pivot.
Right. So that's dead, obviously.
Wow, they really fucking were shooting for the stars, weren't they?
Yeah. Cautionary, here's your forward-looking statements. Don't invest. You could lose all your money. And what is this, a news article here about it?
They were going to do this size of business?
I mean, it's
They said it only had 155 people that were
okay.
affected. So it wasn't like a huge, well...
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot, though. I mean, that is kind of a lot.
Theoretically, but like,
what
was it that we were talking about earlier that we saw a lot of bad shipped orders, like someone ordered new and they got a used item or stuff.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. First separations will begin on March 15th or 14 days within that date, and all layoffs completed by September 30th or 14 days. They couldn't be reached for comment. Wow, imagine that. They don't have shit to say. They don't even talk to their investors or the fucking wider, anybody. The CEO doesn't even talk. I mean, why would they answer comments on that? Based in Texas, sells video games and has a number of stores. Great, yeah. Well, I mean, and the thing with that is, like, okay, yeah, they had 155 people. I mean, maybe they had more at one time, or also, conceivably they wanted to expand that, now and double that number. They got the capacity there in terms of space to do it. Well, yeah, but it didn't work out. So damn. But yeah, this is fascinating. I mean, the taxes are like $162,000 a year. No delinquent taxes. That's good. At least they pay their taxes. The owner does. But damn. Various permits for different things. Probably had to get permits for their equipment in there. Some of it, would imagine, or something. But
The retailer said that the new fulfillment center will expand its North American fulfillment network. So this may have been like the main hub to go to the other.
Probably for the East Coast, definitely, because
this size.
If you look here, see where this is. It's I mean, it's all really. It's actually a pretty. I mean, honestly, it's a pretty decent location, really, right? Just stone's throw from Baltimore and Washington, Philly,
it's almost dead center.
New York.
If you wanted to go the north side of the east or south, or even if you needed to get to the Great Lakes, it's a really
right. That's a one-day ship, probably over to over here, over to Northeast Ohio, Pittsburgh. All these states around here, yeah. Or anywhere along the eastern seaboard, for that matter. I mean, because you've got the freight, the networks, it's all there. The infrastructure, it's all there. It's where you want to be.
The opening of this was announced right as George Sherman, the old CEO, was about to depart.
When was that then? That was, I don't even know when that was. 21? So they announced it.
Like,
Okay.
this is in May of 21, the article, and it says.
Okay.
In the next month or so, where was it? Damn it! It says, in last month it was reported that George Sherman, CEO of GameStop, will depart the company with an exit package more than 173 million after just 2 years. This was in May of 21.
Okay.
That they were opening it and were signing the lease.
Right.
As they were getting rid of the CEO. CEO.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, check this out. From freaking Super Stonk. Stupid Stonk. The only subreddit that's, well, not the only one, but boy, they're crazy over there. A little bit fanatical, if you ask
This
me.
must have been like they were thinking they were gonna be like Amazon with their e-commerce. I guess using this as their main fulfillment center.
Yep.
Ship out to other hubs throughout the East Coast.
2 years ago. Good evening, Diamond Handers.
Yeah.
As part of GameStop's efforts to expedite their deliveries and expand their product lines on the East Coast, they've leased out a 700,000 square foot center in York, PA. This is also my hometown. Oh, great. This information has already been disseminated, but here's an update. Their hiring event for their day one team will begin on July 8th. Their listing outlines the direct benefits employees will receive. Yeah. Which, if you ask me, seems like they really care about their employees and making customers happy. Well, nobody asked you because you have no fucking clue. Clearly. What better way to compete with an e-commerce giant than to attack them when they're weak? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Amazon? Are they talking about Amazon? I don't know. Ready Player One.
Strong during the pandemic.
Right.
Yeah, because they were the only place you could buy stuff from because all the main retailers were shut down. So
Yeah.
Walmart, Amazon,
Yeah.
eBay.
Yeah, I don't know.
It says GameStop is snatching up Amazon-sized fulfillment centers. So yeah, in 21, mid 21, like May, June, July.
A climate-controlled environment, huh? I don't know if I agree with that based on looking at that fucking warehouse, but whatever. 401k. Well, didn't they take that away from their store-level employees? I think so.
Yeah.
Damn. Okay, they did some dorky math. The average GameStop is 1,700 square feet. This means you could fit roughly 411 GameStops inside the facility, or 8.5% of the GameStops in existence. It's big. Yeah, it's too big. See, bigger is not always better. That's more.
Clientele that even like, fucking, I don't know where they thought.
The top comment. That's more space than their entire inventory, 10x over. Clearly, they're planning on expanding into other platforms. I personally hope they can rebrand into a rival for Amazon. People feel sick when they spend money with that disgusting behemoth. Well, 2 years later, hey, I'm from the future.
It turned 2 years later, and that top first sentence had more relevance to the rest of it. They have more space than they ever fucking needed.
Yep. Imagine being Amazon and throwing away electronics because it's more cost-effective to them than keeping them in their warehouse. Well, that's ironic.
You think GameStop doesn't fucking do that shit?
Right.
That's ironic right there because, you know, yeah, it's just, that's hilarious. I love that. And they're talking about dumpster diving, of course. But yeah, it's fascinating. 2 years ago.
Yeah, so you go from that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Potential and fucking all that from that.
Yep.
To closing a shitload of stores, failed transition, having to back down those. And you're telling me, Marantz, that this company's showing signs of growth?
Yep.
And
this just goes back to my problems, like I keep saying, management, because it's not like they weren't trying. They had a direction. It's just failed execution.
Right.
I mean, you don't really understand the massive of this failure until you start looking like,
yeah,
really closed stores and fulfillment centers. When you start looking at how, what their goal was to, what they were trying to accomplish,
right, and
how spectacularly they failed.
Right, and it looks like Yeah, you had some people like these people on Super Stonk here who were wherever it is that were talking about this 2 years ago. Okay, and clearly, yeah, they were, but I don't think that and yeah, they recognize how big it is. You know, they said you could fit whatever number of stores inside there, 400, but you know, when you actually see it, and you look at stuff like this, and you see like just. Yeah, all of this, you know, this is highly, you know, technical. This is well thought out. This is, you know, they intended on this to work, you know, to do something for them, and it was millions of dollars, you know, tens, hundreds. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Yeah, this is a massive failure, for sure. Absolutely.
They just didn't have the continued clientele.
A lot, yeah. And I would say a lot changed in 2 years, but this has been, when they did it, they were already...
Every 7 years in a game, every couple months. I mean, you're not getting that continued
right
customer base, like daily. Like,
no.
Amazon's got like daily. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, because they sell everything. They sell everything, you know. There's other benefits, you know, and it wasn't always like that, of course, but I mean, I remember using it, but
supposed to be going and selling more than just games, but
what
niche shit, nothing like
shit that
necessities like Amazon has,
like bullshit trinkets and stuff, and like collectible plush animals and shit that has a high markup. Yeah, it's got a high margin, but it's low, it's low ticket. You're not, even if it's $50 or $100, like you're not selling $500, $1,000 electronics. You know, you're not moving. It would take so much to make up for that. I feel like even with the high margin, because it's all niche stuff, like you said. Who cares about that? Most people aren't going to buy that, even if they like the shit.
Yeah, you're not getting the quantity in sales.
No, it's very and that's what makes it hard for anybody to sell that stuff in that type of setting, really, because it's so specialized.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, what were they thinking?
Well, yeah. What right? What did they see it as looking at? Like in 5 to 10 years, what was there? Because a lot did change in the last 5 years, you know, and just all things considered. But
what are they going to be selling besides games to justify?
I don't know. And how, if you're looking on that horizon, how do you not see that this has changed since the last time we did this? We you know, reorganized or kind of looked at our overall direction. Shit's different now. Like, there's a very real possibility that, and I'm speaking from a couple years ago, the next consoles don't have any type of drive, you know.
Yeah,
and
physical games. Yeah.
And you know, and that day was coming. How do you not see that? How do you not? Or are you that? You know, do you have that much?
Yeah, they're in that sector.
Right. I don't know. It's a mystery, but yeah, it's like, how could you have that much physical goods to need that much space for? I don't know. In a company that everywhere you look, even on their sites and their own materials and their own 10K forms, it says GameStop is a retailer of video games. That's the number one thing they sell. That's what they say. That's what everybody says. So your number one thing is fucking electronic software.
Like they're selling fucking daily shit, like necessities like toilet paper, Kleenex. You know what I'm saying? Like,
even if
people would order it daily,
even if every game came on a disc or a cartridge, would you need that much space? You know, like,
get that much continued.
So how are you going to need it?
The game comes out, you get the rush like the first 24 to 48 hours of the game release.
Yeah.
At least back in the day when it was all physical copies. You're not going to get that continued sustained customer traffic for weeks after release.
No. All right, let's finish.
48-hour splurge. That's why when I say, how's the stock dropping this much? That's how.
Yeah.
Look at what they were thinking they were going to be able to accomplish and how spectacularly it failed.
And that everything was centered.
Going to have to go back to.
Yep.
What they're trying to go back to with the cutting of the stores and strength.
Hey.
Footprint.
If you or I, if any of the three of us were Ryan Cohen, I bet we would also not want to go out on an earnings call, because it would be the more. And the thing is, this is the thing right here, and this is the lesson for whoever, the apes. The longer he does not do that, in other words, the more quarters that go by and we don't hear a fucking peep from him, you can be fucking sure that you are done for. You are done. That's it.
Because
the company is done.
What the CEO would do is the earnings call is your opportunity to get out in front of things.
Yes. He hasn't gotten in front of anything.
He's straight. Is he?
That's bizarre.
Did he? Like, he strikes me almost as like autistic. You know what I mean?
Beta.
I don't think it's that. I think I've got him pretty well pegged. He is one of these.
He's not like social, like.
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
he definitely.
He's a nerd. He's a nerd.
Oh.
He's a geek.
He's a nerd, but he's definitely not. He's not antisocial. He's definitely not a Michael Burry type, where the idea of being in a room with people terrifies him.
No, he's not. I agree.
Blows at the idea of being popular, but
yeah,
wedgied a couple times. It's pretty clear. So his thing is definitely, and I hate this because they float a lot in libertarian circles. I see it all the time in these Republicans who come over and pretend to be libertarians, especially. But they're the kind of people who like to present themselves as the good capitalists. The ones that, well, I'm not self-interested. I'm trying to make the system better. And he's one of these types that likes to, like, you know, those effective altruism guy.
Yeah.
The type of guys that the ideas of.
You mean the ones that all end up being frauds? The ones that end up being frauds.
Yeah, like the idea isn't a bad idea. It comes from a place of truth, but it's a facade,
right,
to distract you. So he likes presenting how, like, I'm this great capitalist. All these evil CEOs who take all this money from investors and everything, I'll do it better. Except that he wants it done his way. He's an authoritarian, masking himself as a free thinker. And so he comes in here, he's got this big plan, and everything needs to be done his way because only he knows the true way. That's why he hasn't talked down to any of this GameStop conspiracy stuff. He's totally fine with it because it projects an image of him as this great savior, and he's totally fine with that. He's totally down with that.
Oh, he's all about the myth. Yeah, for sure. He's all about that myth.
The man, the legend. And that's why you don't hear him talking as much, because I have a feeling once you hear him talk, it exposes him.
Well, if he had...
The less he talks, the better.
Yeah.
Does he admit in a, like, how does it sound? Does he just take his ball and go home and no one hears shit from him? You just get a press release like
that could be.
His interest, he stepped down.
Well, like he did with Bed Bath & Beyond, you mean?
Oh, well, yeah. I was gonna see. Well, I was waiting to see when that got mentioned.
I think, and here's my theory. What's going on with Ryan Cohen? I think his legend is tied too much to GameStop for him to walk away from it like he did with Bed Bath & Beyond. So what he's really looking for, how can I pass this fucking around my neck?
He's trying to sell it. He's trying to get some private equity to buy it. Yeah, absolutely.
The original idea was with the NFT marketplace. You put a nice, pretty ribbon on this fucking shit turd and have someone else.
That's his playbook.
But since that failed, now he's like, well, we need to cut all the margins. We need to cut everything down to the fucking bone so it looks like a profitable company or semi-profitable.
Get unloaded on some sucker
sheet or something to make it. So some sucker will come buy it off us because there's a lot of
time until the next great idea.
I guess.
That too, possibly.
Yeah.
My main theory is like when I said,
but he
live stream during the Prince's Amount Stupid thing was he's cutting it all down to the bone. He's leaving the cash on the balance sheet. He's doing all these things that you see when you're looking at an M&A transaction.
For sure. No, that's a good point. And the thing is, that's what he did with Chewy. It was not profitable. It was not profitable, but he cleaned it up and made it look good, and he sold it to somebody else who assumed it into an already existing business that did that.
And then realized it was a piece of shit and then spun it back out as a public company.
But yeah. So
the problem he's having with this is Chewy is the vision that he keeps trying to project onto these other failed retail things.
Yeah.
Where it was already kind of a digital platform kind of thing. Here he's having a problem because he can't get the digital thing that he wanted to do, and he's stuck with this aging retailer that he has no idea how to
it's a dinosaur.
operate.
No, he doesn't. He does not.
Right, because I've worked in that industry.
He's never worked in that industry.
Not a exactly. He has no fucking clue.
No.
Not a fucking clue.
And if he's a gamer,
now he does,
which I don't know if he is, he hates GameStop anyway. So if he's a gamer, which I don't really think that, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, gamers.
So
the fucking
there, it really makes no sense.
Which
except
is why I thought the NFT thing was stupid, because your main demographic, gamers, fucking hate how NFTs have tried to enter in.
Well, that's
hate 'em.
That's a discussion for another stream for sure.
Transactions
But
that have invaded games and shit.
The wider thing being, this is really, it's another example of a company being so out of touch, so many steps behind. I mean, come on. That's really the takeaway here. They failed. They fucking failed. They had these people in their palm of their fucking hand, and they failed. They're gonna fucking lose it because, I mean, largely. I mean, I'm even gonna blame somebody like this fuck on the screen right now. This guy, these people are so fucking. They've got their eye off the ball so fucking hard. It's not even funny. They're talking about fucking ratios and all this other bullshit that this fucking clown talks about. No, they've lost the fucking plot. The company has, the investors have. It's a fucking failure.
Like this,
it's done.
Like this makes me just even way more like. There's no way.
You know what's going to be?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is DD, by the way. This is due diligence right here, retroactive, but still, we're not investors, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm doing it for you.
You know what's going to be even funnier is you know who I think is going to be the biggest bag holder in all of this?
Cohen.
Yes.
That would be.
Who's going to buy GameStop?
I don't know. Maybe his buddy Carl.
Exactly. He's trying to get rid of this, but who's going to fucking buy it?
Hey, private equity. Private equity is always there. Private equity is always there, baby.
Always there for a low enough price.
Long enough to spin it down and close the counts
that's
down.
The problem I keep coming back to is who's going to buy this off of him? Who wants this as it stands right now?
Like I said, somebody who's going to spin it down, who's going to wind it up
and just take the cash off the balance sheet.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. I don't see any other way. Now, let's end it. Let's let Marantz take us home. And yeah. Then we'll say goodnight. All right, here we go. Wow. Come on, buddy.
Price down thinking people are going to sell? They're accumulating more of your phantom shares. They're accumulating more of your synthetic shares, your counterfeit shares. The one company that's DRS'd over 25% of the free float, over 76 million, over 75 million shares are registered with DRS.
I'm so glad. It's amazing. Wow, that's awesome. I mean, clearly, it did so much to help you. 37.
Short interest is down so much.
Probably.
When you DRS, it takes away the ability
to lend those shares, right? Why would? So they think they're gonna bring about a short squeeze by doing that, by removing shares from the loanable float.
Yeah.
Amazing. I mean, 25%.
Now he's with the conspiracy that synthetics.
I heard that. I'm going to take that back and roll it back because that was news to me. It's
with NVIDIA, he gets pumped with the next.
Yep, he is now one of us. One of us.
Algorithms work this way. What do you think happens when GameStop's so heavy? For 3.5 years, the same investors, over 193,000, have been buying shares for 3.5 years. and you keep knocking the price down thinking people are going to sell, they're accumulating more of your phantom shares. They're accumulating more of your synthetic shares, your counterfeit shares.
He's such a little boy.
One company that's DRS'd over 25% of the free float, over 76 million, over 75 million shares are registered.
Not something to be proud of, really.
Hey, just a show of hands. Got 10,000 people that watch this show. How many people do you think are 100% DRS? I'm going to say not many. So how many shares do you really think we own? How many shares do you think people have? Listen, my shares are not DRS. I have 50 shares DRS. Do you want me to have that orange? Not enough.
And it's not the same 100.
Not enough.
Investors.
Oh, that's right. Because I'm going to explain to you why the
not enough. Wait, what did he say he was going to explain?
Stock keeps coming down.
Oh, he was going to explain why the stock keeps coming down, right? Because of the market, because of the collateral, right?
Yeah, the SPY shit.
Right, which is
he's a synthetic believer.
Yep. Supposedly, unless he's lying about his whole everything.
Pumper.
Unless he's completely fraudulent from top to bottom, which is always a possibility. Always. I don't care what anybody says. It's always a possibility that this is a complete lie.
Him with any type of fact, because he's always going to go back to that synthetic shares.
Now, at least now he is. Yeah, apparently. I mean, he didn't even need that for the better part of 3 years, but they all came to it. Roensch Capital came to it. Trey came to it. They all resisted it. They all came to it. You know, you couldn't survive without it because nothing makes sense in this whole thing without it. But it doesn't make sense. So where does that leave you? It leaves you with nothing. It leaves you with a fucking bag of losses that's bigger than your, ego. If you're Morantz, I mean, it's
synthetics and all this shit. The fuck does it matter what the fundamentals are? If you believe in that dumb synthetic shit and these phantom shares and it's oversold,
yeah, oversold, right? The way they mean it.
Fundamentals for?
You don't.
Do you need fundamentals for? Because eventually,
the shorts have to close their position, and it'll go. Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. So he thinks the only way they're bringing down the price by shorting the stock, but the stock is only 16% short interest.
Yep.
And he thinks that the same 100 and some thousand investors are still holding, still buying.
139,000.
So when people have, in his own Discord and his own follower base, have told them, I'm out, I'm selling my shit.
Yep.
To where he even made a video saying that he was hearing it so much that I don't believe that this many people is selling. I want to see proof. Screenshots of your sales. Like, he deserves to see screenshots because he hasn't shown his position.
Right. Yeah.
Show a buy order for like 10 shares, 5 shares.
Ridiculous.
He hasn't shown his whole position.
Ridiculous. All right.
And he says it's because it's between multiple accounts. So it shows one
right.
account.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay. Sure.
All right. So it says, Morantz, you mentioned profit at what expense? GameStop made $6 million profit in a year off of billions in revenue. I make a higher percentage of profit off my savings account. Tiny profit. You are an idiot. You're an idiot. And I don't mean to say it that way. God, man. They made $6 billion. They saved $6 million off $1 billion sales. What the hell do you think they're doing? You're judging them off of a year that they're repairing a broken system.
Oh.
They had to go put it together. The fact that they made $6 million.
That they fucking broke by fucking absurd fucking dreams with the NFT shit and the e-commerce shit. We just looked at all this shit.
Right.
It's their fault that it's broken.
Yes. Right. Yeah. But you're judging them off of a year. It's unfair. How dare you judge my friend GameStop like
after all the expenses they have to fix, all the shutdowns, all the selling of properties in Europe, everything they have to cut out, all the fat they have to cut each year to show.
What are you talking about? That's what allowed them to show a fucking profit.
Right.
He's literally talking about the shit that they voluntarily cut to show profit. What the fuck?
Right.
Come on, bro. This is weak. weak.
You can't have it both ways.
No.
You can't be a positive.
And yeah,
and then
now
negative at the same
now he's using it as an excuse. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Show a profit? You're not gonna give him any credit for that? Okay, let's judge them next year when they don't have those same set headways. You know, they don't have these hurdles they have to get past. What's the profit now? Oh, hold on, Marantz. They made $6 million, and my little business, we do tons more than that. I make a higher percentage of profit off my savings account. Oh, okay, you make a higher percentage. So let's go ahead and see what GameStop's gonna make this year. What?
Sure.
When they don't have
10, 20 times more.
When they don't have the cuts to stack up cash.
Yeah.
They have to go.
What does he
actual sales, which are shown to be declining.
Right, in every category.
Their operational cost exceeds what they're bringing in.
Their operational costs went up, I think. But what?
Yeah, but I'm saying their sales have went down.
Right.
Operational costs are exceeding what they're bringing.
Yes. Yeah, and
they're going to run a negative unless they somehow magically boost sales.
Yeah, they've already closed the warehouse. I mean, yeah. What is he?
The same thing he's saying about this year. He's not factoring the opposite when those are gone. Like that's the reason why
Right.
we have so much.
Yes. Yeah, it's like.
But he's not factoring in that can be there because they don't have the ability to cut that.
Correct.
Anymore 'cause it's gone.
Yep, and it'd be like short selling without closing the position. In a way, it is. You know.
Yeah.
There's a equal opposite reaction, or at least an opposite reaction.
Sales is what's making them have the money.
No, right.
And that all that stuff was a burden holding back their bottom line.
Right.
And that's what was boosting it up. He's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I don't know what he's.
Both sides of his mouth, and he doesn't even understand he's doing it.
I don't. Either he doesn't, or he doesn't. He just literally doesn't care. And you know, because I mean, I don't know what the fuck he's thinking going down this line. This is there. There's no. I mean, this is painting yourself in a corner. In the real world, like you can't like. There's a reason why it's one dude. It's literally this cult leader, because it's so ridiculous. Nobody else can even fucking hang with him. He's so ridiculous. Like.
If he catches wind of something like this stream, he's gonna be like, they spent hours talking about
Right.
me.
I know.
Talking about me. Hey, Marantz, you know why? Because I don't have to sweat money because I'm not invested in a shit stock.
Right.
So I can spend my time how I
True.
want to.
Right.
I
And
ain't gotta go slave overtime because I'm so far in debt in a shit stock company investment.
true.
So
And
that's
it's
why I enjoy.
it's endless free fucking entertainment. How ridiculous.
This is entertainment.
Yeah, it is. It is entertaining. It's fascinating.
Profit than that number. 10 or 20 is 1,000 and 2,000.
What?
10 and 20. Yeah, 1,000 times more, percentage wise.
Oh, okay.
I'm good at math, or maybe I am.
I'm not good at math. Right. Well, it's a good thing that you talk about numbers then a lot. You know, we'll trust you on that, bruh. Yeah. One more and I gotta go.
Sorry, bro.
How making yourself smaller justify price of share going up, and how price should go up in earnings when in 2016 GameStop was making 100 times more and the price was only $4 to $6 a share. Did you understand what I said, Damien Lee Chung? What assets versus liabilities means in shareholder equity? The shareholder equity was in the negative.
You don't know what.
They can make a profit all they want. The company has no profit. The company has no value. You can make a profit all you want, but at what
shareholder
expense?
equity and
What does it actually
profit
cost you to
are
have
two
that much?
different fucking things.
Right.
He mixes up metrics.
All the time.
He has not a fucking clue. This
Here we
guy
go.
who supposedly knows all about the balance sheet and financial and shit can't even get basic accounting principles right. Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, and he's another moron who's like
And
that.
he mixes up market mechanics.
Yep.
And confuses shit.
Yep.
It's beyond belief how he can pawn
And this is
himself
shit
out
I
as
learned
a
in
professional.
high school.
Well-
This fucker is fucking up.
And this is exactly why. This is exactly what this channel is supposed to be doing, is bringing attention to this shit, because, you know, it's absurd to me that somebody could be so wrong and so fucking backwards on everything, and just
Be so arrogant.
go be so arrogant, and every day come on here and spout more and more ridiculous shit, and there's no well, the only way to combat that actually is effective is, but people have to make themselves smarter so that they can recognize this shit on their own. Like, there's no other way, because YouTube doesn't care. Nobody's going to kick them off. There's no law against what he's doing. So that's why, Marantz, we're spending hours talking about your dumbass, is because it's all we can do, because you're that big of a problem. Let me be honest. You're that big of a problem.
Well, I don't think he's that big of a problem. What I think is funny is like his channel is slowly dying.
It is.
He doesn't talk about anything but GameStop. It's stagnant. As we were talking about in the live stream jokingly, he's been in a consolidation pattern for over a year.
True. But consolidation patterns
and subs. There's a lot of people who are too lazy to click the unsubscribe button that just don't watch it anymore.
They are.
20 people.
But yeah, right.
Constantly, like in his Discord, if 20 people that listen to what he's ruined 20 people financially.
Yeah.
He has, and
qualified, uneducated advice.
Right, and it's it really is, I think, in the public interest to for these type of things to just, hey, if somebody. The example I use, like, somebody comes on here and they search for AMC or GameStop and they find this garbage. There's nothing there. Like, there is no opposing opinions. There's nobody questioning it. There never has been. I mean, very few, us here and a few other people. But, to me, that's wrong. That's a failure of multiple failures. But, like, YouTube is not their job to make sure that they have balanced information. I mean, that's the reality of it. It's not their job. They're there to make money and provide this platform. So, this is what we're using it for. I mean,
He says shit like, well, would you care what we do with ARM?
Right.
I don't give a shit.
Right, and that's
what I do care about is you are influencing people to do shit with their money off of misrepresented and false data and shit you have no knowledge about.
Right. And potentially, and maybe not in his case specifically, but certainly in all the other ones, they made money on here doing it. And that is the other thing that's really a tragedy, is that somebody could have such a dishonest business, a dishonest thing that they are doing to make money, profit, that other people are willingly handing over to them, that they're so ignorant that they don't know that these people are full of shit. That is, I mean, it's just beyond. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine being that dishonest, being that big of a piece of shit to do that.
Yeah, and when you put out opinions, when you put out anything like he does publicly, then you invite criticism.
Yeah.
If you're wrong, you're going to get called out on it. If people listen to this and think we're wrong, they're going to call us out on it. Now they're going to be. We're right. I'm sorry. It just is. It's the way they think too. But
right. But the difference is,
you can. I accept that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not thinking I'm higher than
right.
anyone else and above reproach and shit. Like, they act like criticism or anyone questioning
right
beneath them.
And we've all been wrong about stuff.
Yeah.
And I will admit that, because I want to get it right, and I also want to demonstrate that it's okay to be wrong, and being wrong is often how you learn. So you have to be wrong in that sense. You got to fuck up, but you have to admit it. You have to be wise enough to recognize it, or willing to listen to somebody who's got more experience than you, who says, you might want to think about this, and point you in the direction.
Fundamentally wrong about, like I said, basic metrics.
Objectively wrong.
Market,
we can show that we have. Yeah, absolutely. We've done that. And I think we're past that point now. Like, we don't have to do that anymore. You can go through and fact check every goddamn thing.
When he's fucking resorted to synthetics and phantom shares.
That's the end.
That's some shit.
Yep.
These people first started talking about when they first got into it over the pandemic, before
Yep.
people knew any better.
Yep. Right. To come to that now.
Type of research or education and learning of how the market works, you instantly see that's bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
They're taking an instance of they'll always point to one instance of when it happened.
Right. Right. Yeah.
A lawsuit or something.
Again, yeah.
It has nothing to do with GameStop.
Nope. And the biggest explanation of it is if, there's many ways you can look at it and disprove it.
Every cult is saying that their shit is synthetics and shit. Every meme stock cult has,
because that's the only way that there could possibly be. Right. Because if 15% short interest closed out tomorrow, they wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't even know.
Right. You
would have no idea, because it would be a blip on the chart. It would be nothing. And we know that I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't be nothing, but it could be distributed in a way that would have a minimal impact. I believe that, especially at such a low price. No question. Now, add in the reality that it would never happen, that it would go from 15 to 0 or whatever. You're never going to get all of it, because somebody else is going to come in and say, okay, whatever this rally is, I don't know, but it's overdone.
He has announced closing, bankruptcy, where they're being taken off the exchange.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's some kind of good news, something like that. But even that, though, it's not going to be a massive squeeze unless there's all this naked short interest, which we've been over so many times as to why that's not the case, how that's not how it works, and all this, and why would anybody break the law if you can go do it for cheap? I mean, it's like, if you, when they legalize weed in your state, are you going to bother? I mean, everybody's different. Okay, I'm not making any choices for anybody, but it's a hell of a lot easier to go into a fucking pharmacy essentially and buy something, than rather than to call somebody and go through all the shit, bullshit. If I can go in somewhere and use my goddamn credit card, I'm probably going to do that. Let's be honest. So, I don't know. It's just doesn't make sense. And that's not what they do. That's not how it works. It's just not what they do. The whole conception of short selling is just completely wrong. They take it as a personal attack. They take it as an attack on the company. They take it as the company's going bankrupt. No. Maybe they are in this case, but it's not because of shorting.
I don't think Tesla is going bankrupt anytime soon, but I'm 5 shares short,
exactly.
I sure as fuck know that it's overvalued as shit.
Exactly. Right. And, there's another person that, misunderstood, at least publicly, has said some dumb shit about shorting, but Musk. But, okay. Anyway, well, have we brought enough shame and sorrow to our family names yet? I think so.
Oh, so you saw that Discord message, huh?
Well, it's on the screen. I got it up here. It's on Meltdown, so. Yeah.
The new one that was just posted in shit where Yoda was whining about your fucking.
Yeah, I posted the message that it's like, that's great if that's what things work in Japan, but I don't live in Japan, so until that time passes, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but they just had another one that I think Manny.
They were talking about
where he was whining about you having the what did it say? It says how you.
Yeah, I got it here.
The what you call 'em.
Here you go. Wow, dude already has a merch store, and Raiderbo and the others.
Yeah, he's gonna open one up at 500 subs. What a fucking concept!
Yeah, amazing how they all mod for Koroks without any moral objections. Kind of like they are all hypocrites.
Oh, massive projection.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Dude had a merch store before I even fucking was a blip in anyone's fucking
But here's
radar.
the thing. You're not claiming, hey, I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing this, to help people. Fuck no, you're making entertainment.
You're trying to make money. Yeah.
Yeah.
My entire thing is like I offer these things because they were given to me because I was able to monetize my thing. I don't have any illusions that I'm going to become rich off YouTube. But if you want to help me, pay my Pacer bills, it's totally fine. But I'm not out here like, how many videos have I done where at the end it's like, guys, go to my merch store, link in the description below.
I haven't heard it.
But who cares?
I haven't heard it.
You're not giving off the impression or not saying, I don't make money from this. I don't want to make money from this. I'm not monetized, or I do this not for money. I do this to help people.
Isn't it?
It really gets back to, what it really gets back to is they're trying to find every little thing to take me down because they can't deal with my arguments, and I'm absolutely ripping Morantz an new asshole every video I do.
That's the way it should be.
He can't stand it.
Here's one of his boys right here. Markets are too excited about a Trump re-election to give a fuck about inflation, deregulation, and tax cuts. And so my response was,
I posted that one too to Meltdown.
This is
I don't know what his actual Discord name is, but man, he has been on super Meltdown mode because every time he's posted, I've taken and put that on Meltdown, and he's responded to it. He is so, I live rent free in that motherfucker's head. I might as well tell my landlady that I don't need this house anymore because I'm going to go find where his address is and live in his fucking head, because that's clearly where I am already at.
all right, gentlemen, it's been real. I appreciate you guys being here, and we'll do it again real soon. Everybody have a good night, and we'll reconvene soon. Got the chart for DJT up there, so markets are too excited about the Trump re-election. That's why they dumped his stock, I guess. But in any case, you all have a good.
We can do this shit on the lunatic longs.
There you go. There you go. All right. All right. Have a good night. Korax, you as well.
Yep.
Take care. And everyone else also as well. The links in the description for Finance Chat, blah, 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 blah. Have a good one. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. Whoa, hold on. Oh, here we go.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
If you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter.
Yep. I agree. I feel like I talked to Tony.
Fuck you. I think
get to talk to him,
Understand what I'm saying?
It's like he's here. Oh, the meltdowns. We'll see.
What you're saying? Or are you saying?
Oh, the meltdowns. We'll see. Absolutely fascinating.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
Y'all have a good night. Catch you later.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.